Have I returned? Am I back? Can you see me? Can anybody hear me? Too late, Wolf. Who wants to conquer a first world nation before Kaylee returns? What you got there, Wolf? A smoothie? Amazing. Alrighty, Roo. Well, welcome everybody to this unorthodox stream, where we opened mystery boxes first, but now we can get back to an ad break, apparently. After all the exciting stuff has ended, and all the cats have left, an ad break occurs. Okay, let's see if I can grab a cat. Alright, well, she's marching. Is she marching towards me? She is. She's marching towards me. Hello, Bella Cat. Hello, Bella Cat. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Cam. Where are we at with the cheers we've gotten so far? Hello, Kitty. Yeah, you might also get genuine, bona fide Bella hair in your plushies as well. Thank you for the cheer, Hellenic Taoist. Meow. Kitty. Yeah, there are plushies on the chair, but you can sit in them. That's fine. All right. If you're new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone, and also supporters specifically. And then we all write 250-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Nope, it's an ad break. Okay. Well, at least we have a cat. Well, at least we have a cat. Bella, Bella, Bella with all the plushies. Fair enough. Okay. So yeah, which one, I mean, I'll do a survey asking so I can figure stuff out, but which plushie is your guys' favorite for those who can still hear me? Which do you like the best? Kitty. Oh, the kitty. Oh my goodness. I don't have Discord up. I see people have been chatting, but I haven't been seeing it. That's amazing. Remember, behind every robot that turns evil is an engineer who specifically installed red LEDs into the eyes just for this occasion. That is phenomenal. I love that. Nice. Happy versus Pumpkin. Yeah, office tour. A jostled office tour. Lee, nothing like a good writing stream to listen to while building Lego Jaws a day before the anniversary of my construction. Do you mean your birthday? If so, happy birthday. And this is really perfect because this is your prompt. And I will spoil it. Your story is going to be read. So perfect birthday occasion. Massa liked the rainbow ghost, and of course Wolf liked the werewolf. That is the one that I knew, is that you would like the werewolf. Yeah, please contain your fake shock. Little Lady Eva liked the spider pumpkin. Bella with all the plushies remix. Amazing. Yes. Okay, so if you're new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we write 350-word microfiction and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. Those can be unlocked through cheering. Yes, it can be unlocked through cheering. And that is calculated by our lovely calculating Wolf, Deathshead, and MakoCam. So you can always ask them how close we are to unlocking things. So when you get to 100% on the bar that is now in our minds because it was swallowed by the void, then you'll get a story unlocked. It is very much appreciated when you do that. People who get their stories unlocked appreciate it, and people who who are me also appreciate it. Hi, kitty. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Yes, thank you very much for showing how it's done. Okie dokie. Hang on just a second. So, I don't know if I'm gonna... Okay. So the prompt for this week is Son of a Witch. This is one that has been around for at least since last October, if not multiple years. And I think people liked it in the past, but now is the time where people are like, yes, this is the day. And it won by a landslide. This is the day the witch is made. Yes, this is the son the witch has made. Okay, but our list for this week, we have we have a camera that shouldn't be on. We have Lee Strangely, Marx, Documancer, and Arith Winterfell for our guaranteed submissions. Then for our encores, we have Boople, Giovanna J. Fuller, The Real Decoy, and Spectre. And I don't think J.J. Fuller is a debut exactly, because I know for certain that Benji has read her stories, but I am not certain if I have. So I'm very happy to see you post, very happy to see your name. So yes. I might have a surprise for you as well, but because I'm already about 40 minutes over time, I don't want to get your hopes up too high, but there's a possibility of something. But anyways, let us begin with Lee Strangely's story. I think I'm gonna try and set a timer today.
Kitty, we just had a little sneeze.
Alright. Buttons to See by Lee Strangely. 322 words.
Isn't he adorable, Millie?
A woman asked.
Oh, yes,
Millie bubbled.
You did such a wonderful job on him. Aw, thank you.
An older, much less enthusiastic woman chimed in. Molly, he needs more leaves in him. He looks gaunt.
Oh, don't listen to Marley,
Millie said, feeling along the burlap of his stitched-up hand.
He's just fine.
His hand flinched upon contact.
Ooh, he's moving,
Molly cooed.
Well, quick, finish him up,
Millie pestered her.
I'm trying,
she whined, fumbling a little with the buttons as she threaded the needle back in.
I still need to sew his eyes in.
Cold metal weaved its way in and out of his ragged skin. The string chased the needle through the fabric, the threads toughly rubbed against other threads. Light poured into his mind as a twine tightened around the first button. For the first time ever, he now knew the image of a room. He looked up to see a tall and rather unimpressed woman looking down at him. His eyes look crooked, Marley remarked, watching him stare blankly at her. Hush it, Molly snapped. A shorter woman turned his head over to her. Sticks and shells and things clattered with one another in her bouncy hair like a bony wind chime. "Ah, look at you," Millie purred. "You look so handsome in your mother's old fabric." He felt the strings on his head being tugged from the other side. "Please don't," Molly asked, turning his head back over to her. "I can't finish the other eye with you moving him around." She tightened the twine and hurried to tie everything off. Millie grabbed Marley, trying to pull her down to see. "Oh, Marley, isn't he precious?" "Well," Marley sighed, "I've certainly seen worse." And once the last stray threads were trimmed, he was greeted by Molly in her pale hair, hiding under the shade of a pointed hat. Molly smiled. "Happy birthday." Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thanks for throwing the list up there, Mako. What's he gonna say? I'm glad that you were able to tune in, Lee. Very much appreciate it. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Documancer says, "I love this one. That is awesome." And I hope that Lee was okay with me putting the art in there, but he has mentioned before that when he shares art, it's okay to put it in the stream, and especially considering that it's for this story, I was hoping it would be okay. But I guess that'll be the first thing I say, that feel free to make art of your stories, because I loved being able to put this at the end of the story. So yeah, if you guys do it more, make sure you put it in the notes so that, like, if you're not, if you don't have it ready, then you can say in the notes, I'm gonna make art later, and then I can, make sure to scroll through the comments to see if you've posted art or in the art chat and stuff like that. Yeah, so feel free to do that, because this is really fun to add in there. This one's really cute. I really liked it. So, I think I said, but Lee Strangely was the one to submit this prompt. And Lee has made a wonderful return this week with a very cool and precious story. Very much enjoyed it. I think this is too small. Okie dokie. I really like the overall, putting him together and just the work of that and how that's described throughout the story. I think that was a really good through line and works really well. I think, really the only real critique I have for this story is that it gets confusing who's talking. And I don't know if it's simply that they all have similar sounding names or if there's other things you can do, but one thing I thought of is that you can at least have Molly be Molly so that it's not one letter off from Millie, because Marley is two E's, and so I assume it wasn't that you needed the IEs on all of them. So that could help, at least if it was spelled different. But, there are a couple of things in the actual story that confused it a little more as well. Because "ooh, he's moving," feels like if Molly's the one making him, that this would not be a surprise to her. And granted, I think she's going, "Yay, it's working. Yay, my son. Yay, my son is moving. My hard work is paying off." But it more sounds like somebody on the outside going, "Oh, look, he's moving. I didn't expect it to work. I didn't expect him to do that." And so it feels more like something Millie would say, which makes it get a bit confusing as to who the maker is if you only read it once. And then I'll talk about that in a second. And then, a shorter woman turned his head over to her. And I've seen the picture, so I know that it's Millie and this is Molly. But just from the story itself, well, we don't know which one's shorter. I can kind of assume that they're both shorter than Marley. So when you just say a shorter woman, I don't know which one that refers to. So that's one of the only real critiques I have for it. The other critique I would have for it is that the whole beginning seems like it's more in an omniscient view, that we're looking at the three witches doing their thing. And then for this line, for the first time ever, he now knew the image of a room. He looked up to see a tall, rather unimpressed woman looking down at him. It switches the perspective. Neither perspective is bad or uninteresting, but it definitely threw me that the perspective suddenly switches so strongly. And if you intended it to be in his head the whole time, I don't think that really comes through. Because, I'll come back to that. So, an older, much less enthusiastic woman chimed in. Well, yes, you can, say just from her voice that she's older and less enthusiastic, but when I just come to the story and read this, I assume we're looking at her, and we see that she's older. And then Millie said, feeling along the burlap of his stitched-up hand. That's not described as something moved along his hand and he flinched. It's described as Millie is doing this thing. We are watching Millie do it. And then we are watching his hand flinch, not within him, not within his body. So I think that there are ways that you could have done it to have the whole thing be from his perspective, and another thing that you could have done is not use the names, that you could use descriptors and say a woman asked, and then another woman bubbled, and then have something signify them. I don't know what it would be. Of course, with Marley, it could be the older, more strict sounding voice. I don't know how you'd differentiate Molly and Millie, but that could make it seem more in his head because he doesn't know what their names are, and could potentially differentiate them better if they are differentiated based on a specific trait instead of their names. And then, of course, you could also just remove the lines from his perspective and keep it omniscient. Either way would work, but switching perspectives threw me a little bit. But other than that, it is pretty dang good. I really like, just Millie and Molly, Millie being the hype girl and is like, oh, he's awesome, I love him, I love your creation, I love your craft. And then the older lady is being the strict teacher who's like, he needs more leaves in him, he's looking gaunt. Kind of seems like she's the stricter one who's not super impressed with what's going on, but she wants him to be the best he can be. She doesn't want him to look gaunt, kind of thing, which is really cute and fun. And I do like the kind of, I don't know how to describe it, the weirdness of him coming alive. Then instead of it just being he is a doll, and then we magicked him to life. They're making him, and in the process of making him, he is coming to life. He is moving within the process. He is seeing once they sew on the eyes, which is pretty cool and interesting. And then, then very cute that she's, being hype girl. And then Molly's just everybody is over my shoulder. I can't finish my son. I can't finish my craft. Which is fun. I really like the description of this. Despite the fact that I had the issue of the switching perspective, this paragraph was my favorite description. I can really imagine, cold metal weaving its way in and out of his ragged skin. That's really cool. And then this one's probably my favorite. The string chased the needle through the fabric. The threads toughly rubbed against other threads. Love that image. Love the flow of that. That's really cool. And then light poured into his mind. That's a really cool image. I'm not quite sure if it's meant to be like because the needle going through him creates a hole and like light is pouring into his mind, or if it is like him seeing and it's just like light pouring in through his eyes into his mind. But it's a cool image. Actually, I think it is that he's seeing. And then I like, especially seeing the picture that, yeah, like, Marley is the one who's looking down at him. Which is fun. And then, so, I'm curious. When I read this, did it sound like hush it? Or did it sound like aw shit? Because I realized as I was practicing that that is a problem that could occur. And granted, the fun thing is that both kind of work. His eyes look crooked. Aw shit, you know? But that could have been an issue in the reading. I do like the image of the six and shells and the bouncy hair, bony wind chime. Very cool. Very much like that. This is a really cute line that it's not like you have your mother's eyes. It's like you look or like you look handsome in your mother's, you know, clothes. It's like you are made out of your mother's old fabric, which is neat. And then again, feels very accurate to, I don't know, just like siblings / you're just trying to work on a craft and everybody is trying to butt in and say their opinions and help but not actually being helpful. So like there's so much dynamism to this story, very very dynamic and fun. And then I love that Marley like compliments at the end that it's like, well, I've seen worse. It's not the worst thing that I've seen. That I'm guessing is probably her way of saying he's pretty good, you know, which is fun. And then I really like the happy birthday and that he doesn't seem to look at Molly until the end, and then he sees her in her pointed hat and she says happy birthday. That's really cute. I like that a lot. Norman says, loved happy birthday as a closing line. Nice. Documancer says, my favorite thing was all the textiles described before the eyes were sewn in. Yes, though we might have the same favorites there. Yeah, so not just... and it's also like... It's a lot to do with the adjectives here, because it's not just metal weaved its way in and out of his skin. It's cold metal and ragged skin, and just those adjectives add a lot of life and vividness to the images. And then the string chasing the needle, that's such an active verb that you can really, it feels very playful. Like that a lot. Documancer says, I think because I like M names, I was able to differentiate, but typically the three similar names can be kind of confusing. Charlie and Carlisle drive me nuts. Very fair. Thank you for the cheer, Death said. Documancer, maybe just have her voice a little stronger. Oh, you mean the narration? Well, it's not really the voice. It's just about the perspective. That it's like, a woman asked. Okay, that could be from his head. He doesn't know them. Millie bubbled. Okay, that could be from his head. Maybe he does know their names, or we're just using the names even though he doesn't know them. Though that does make it take you a little bit out of his head. And then an older, much less enthusiastic woman chimed in. Well, like, sure, maybe you could know that from that voice, but I think I would say... An older, much less enthusiastic voice chimed in to make it clear, I am not seeing this person, I am hearing the voice. And then Millie said, feeling along the burlap of his stitched-up hand. His hand flinched upon contact. This is the part that is really not in his head. That, like, how did I phrase it? He felt something on his hand and flinched. You know, that would make it very clear, like, he doesn't know what's touching him, because he doesn't have eyes, you know. We don't know that... He doesn't know that Millie is feeling along the burlap. She doesn't know that he's made of... He doesn't know that he's made of burlap. Or that he has a stitched up hand, you know. So just saying he felt something, you know, along his hand and flinched. That seems more in his head than She felt along the burlap. We can see her. There she is, feeling upon it. There we see he's flinching outside of him, you know. And then, like, you know, she whined, fumbling a little with the buttons as she threaded the needle back in. He can't see her fumbling. He can't see her fumbling if he doesn't have eyes yet. Little Lady Eva says, I vibed with the similar names. Gave me a Witches 3 vibe. To be clear, I actually do like the similar names. I do like, yeah, that the Witches 3 thing that, oh, kitties. That they're all witches in one coven and they have similar names. I do think that's cute and fun. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, I like it, but reader understanding the story takes higher priority in my head. And I do feel like just calling her Molly, I don't know if it would fix it entirely or if it would fix it for every reader, but I think it would fix it for at least some readers, which allows you to keep the names. Yeah, and then that is another issue. Eddie says, I think it's a mix of the similar names and similar personalities that made it a bit confusing to me. Maybe describing more characteristics for all three could have helped, but I'm not sure how much describing could have been done in 28 more words. Yes, I do agree that is part of the problem as well, that you can tell when Marley is talking because Marley is very different. Marley is the one who's being critical. And, like, after reading it a couple times, I recognize that it's like, okay, Millie's the hype man, and Molly is kind of annoyed that everybody's getting in her way, and then Marley is critical, you know? I can get the differences now, but on a first reading, it very much, like, especially with those, like, ooh, he's moving lines, you know, seems more like Millie and Molly are very similar in personality, so indeed, differentiating them a bit more personality-wise could have fixed the issue as well. Eddie says, I do think that making the names similar kind of adds to the whimsy witches vibe, but something to balance it out and make it easier to tell them apart would have been the ideal. Yes, I agree. Arith says, I'm under the impression the older witch was more of an overly critical person. That's very fair. Yeah, that could definitely be the case too, that instead of it being like, oh, I'm being critical, but really I'm trying to make it the best, it could just be being critical to be critical. That's very possible. The older witch definitely had a more defined personality. 95% of the way to Encore 1, but I'm out of bits, says Death said. Thank you, Mako Cam. Gula says, that is 1. Awesome. So we have Boople unlocked. The 3 makes me think he is closest to Millie. I'm not sure what the 3 is. Oh, the 3 context, the 3 different voices. That is Mama. Yeah, so, and you were one of the people who said you got the different names, right? But Molly is the mom. so, yeah, like, it does read that Millie is closest to him, and she kind of, like, they're kind of the same distance away, but she isn't the mom. Eddie says, I think Millie Bubbled worked as third person limited because the point of view character just saw in the previous line someone being called Millie. That maybe it could have been phrased in a way to make it clear he's assuming that's Millie. Good point, yeah. That is a great point. That isn't he adorable, Millie? And I just realized there should be a comma there. Yeah, and then, you know, oh yes, the woman called Millie Bubbled could work. It does add words, so I completely understand why you might not add that, but you are right. That does work. There's the timer. He's made of burlap. He needs more moisturizer. Yeah, for the same letter names, changing the end letters and first few letters can help. Yep. Alright. Wolf posted a picture of Frosty the snowman going happy birthday and then said, reminds me of this, but more Tim Burton-y. Fair. Oh, and Lee says that was the inspiration for the last line. Oh, interesting. That's super interesting. Yep, very Coraline. Can't help but think about Button Eyes without thinking about Coraline, for sure. Lee says, I didn't want to write a first-person story, but I really like the idea of seeing most of the physical details slowly getting revealed as the child begins to see. In the end, maybe I should have picked Elaine and stuck with it. So you don't have to do first-person to do that. I mean, I think I've pretty much already explained it. It's just the way that it's described seems like he's, like, we the reader are seeing stuff that he would not be able to see. Or, like, I guess this one is partially that, but it's also, like, this is not how somebody is experiencing something, right? Especially if it's them experiencing it for the first time. Like, even if, let me think for a second. Yeah, I guess, like, imagine if I was like, ah, yes, she felt along the skin of my hand. Even that is like, it's a little weird to say about yourself, Kaylee. You know, it would be like, you know, I felt her touch on my skin would be more of the experience from my perspective. Instead of she felt along the skin of my hand kind of thing. And like I said, part of the problem is that he's just coming to life as well, and so maybe that would work better if he, you know, had been alive for a while, and understood. And he can't see is the other problem. This is his first time alive, and he can't see, and so that also hinders stuff. So all I'm trying to say is you don't have to do first person. You can do third, but either it would have to be. Well, basically, you have three options. One option is third limited from his perspective, which means we can only experience what he experiences. 2, third limited from one of the witches' perspectives, which means we can only experience what one of the witches experiences. The other is third omniscient. And so in that, you can kind of experience what everybody's experiencing. And granted, omniscient is my personal least favorite perspective, so I have the least experience with it. And there is a sense in which you can head hop in omniscient, but for me personally, the way it's done here doesn't really work. And like maybe others in the chat could help offer better advice as to how to do a head hop but make it feel a little bit more natural. But to me, like, because I very much thought, okay, here we are, camera back out here with the witches, then zeroing in on his head felt jarring to me personally. Lee says, my worst fears were that this was going to end up being too much of a fluff piece with little to no point, especially with the witches' interactions having little substance and feeling somewhat one note the longer the story goes on. Well, I'm curious about more of what you mean, because, like, I hate to say this, but it honestly does feel like a fluff piece to me, but that's not a negative to me personally. Like, what exactly was the deeper point or theme that you were wanting to get across? Because I like fluff, and like having a story that's fluffy and doesn't have some sort of deep point or message, but is just like, hey, these witches made a cloth sun. Ain't that neat? Like, that's great. Like, I don't have any problem with that. So I'm curious what your intention was, and to see if I failed to see what your intention and purpose was, or if it was more like maybe you're being a little too harsh on fluff kind of thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, like something like she felt along his hand and I made of burlap. But even like that does that's more in his head, but even that she felt along his hand already sounds like it's not in his head. I mean, granted, maybe that's because it's right next to first person in your example. But he doesn't know what burlap is. He just came to exist. So then this could just be a situation where I'm being too harsh on that aspect of it. And so that, like, ignoring the fact that he wouldn't know what burlap is, yes, being like, what am I made of? Is it burlap? That could very much feel like we're in his head. But Anywho, so feel free to still answer my question, Lee, about the fluff stuff. Oh, here we go. Lee says, I didn't have any main point in mind, but I didn't want it to feel pointless. Like, I think I'm being a little overly critical of it since most of my writing has been somewhat plot-driven. Gotcha. Yeah, good point, Wolf. He doesn't know what burlap is. Further point, he doesn't know what hands are. Yes, a great point as well. And that is kind of the thing that we were discussing a couple weeks ago of writing an alien perspective, that when you're writing an animal and they actually are an animal. Like, they're not they have a human brain, but they're an animal. Like, no, it's just an animal, but you are writing from their perspective. Well, because you're a human, you're going to humanize them, and you're going to write them in a way that, yeah, an animal wouldn't think, simply because we can't get away from that. And I feel like there's a similar thing here, where it's like, there's a kind of a balance of, on the one hand, if it's if you go too far into, he is just born, he knows nothing, all his lines would be goo goo gaga, they would not be words. And then the next layer would be, okay, his lines would be words, but he knows what nothing is. And so it'd be there's sound, and the sound makes words, and I have an appendage, and that would be confusing in its own right. But I feel like there's a middle ground where it's okay, he doesn't know what hands are, but you can say hand. Or, but I guess it's just the specificity of burlap that's I can get past him knowing what hands are, but he has not seen anything, he has not encountered anything, and so how does he know the specificity of burlap? I guess if it was cloth, maybe that would work better for me. But yeah, it's a difficult balance to strike with a character like that. Eddie, I have at one point written a story that was literally just an ancient Egyptian farmer dreaming. All vibes is good. Lee, happy birthday, son. Yeah. He knows stuff because magic. Yeah, that could work as well. That it could be. I probably would need some. I don't know how you do it from his perspective, but I'd probably need some description of, maybe he feels a jolt, and that's the magic going into him, and his mind is opened, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's.
Oh, hi, cat. Hi, kitty.
It's tough with fluff stuff because because on the one hand, a lot of fluff doesn't have a huge plot point, and so in a way it does feel like there's not much point but the fluff and cuteness. But at the same time, it's totally okay to have the point be fluff and cuteness, and that can create a good story. And granted, I feel like this is maybe a topic we should put a pin in, because okay, hold on a sec. Okay. But let's see. Ooh, Mako says maybe his mind is filled with the knowledge of things as he touches them. So he knows a hand when he touches him. He knows burlap because he is it. Maybe that's too much of a stretch. Yeah, everything's okay. My parents left, and then they came back, and I didn't hear the door open. I had my door open. I usually close it when they're here, but I had it open because they were gone. And usually I'll hear the door open and stuff, but I didn't, and I just heard a crinkling noise that kind of sounded like something crashed, and I was like, is it a burglar? But nope, they got back. My parents are just home. Alright. That's great. Mom, happy birthday, son. Look, our little eldritch horror already knows his own name. That's great. Okay, but yes, we are quite over the... Well, why am I doing that? We're quite over the timer, so it is time to move on. This has been very fun. Wonderful to see you post the... no burglars, just parents. That's the new prompt. Alrighty, let us go on to Marx's story. Someone's Gotta Be the First. Corrupted Desire by Marx. 329 words. Allison sat on a nearby tree stump, her grin wide as she watched her coven dancing in rapturous glee. Enjoying yourself? Willowy giggled, joining her. I love being a witch! Allison screamed skyward, responding whoops loudly agreeing with her outburst. Willowy smiled. It's a good night. Allison grinned, returning the smile before she noticed a stranger amongst them. Who's that boy? Willowy laughed, knowing exactly who she meant. Lilith left him here. Allison's eyes bulged. Lilith was here? Is he... He must be. He has her eyes, answered Willowy before joining the celebration. I wonder who his father is, Allison pondered. A demon, purred the teen boy in Allison's ear. Allison yelped, falling off the stump. By the goddess, how did you... Magic, he said with a grin, offering his hand. Hi, nice to meet you, said Allison, letting him help her up. Are you enjoying the festivities? Lilith honors us with your presence. His shoulders shook with laughter. On the contrary, she cares nothing for you. My presence confirms that. Huh. What? He put his finger to Allison's lips. Hold that thought. I'll return. I hunger. Allison hugged her knees, still trying to block out her coven's screams, but the silence was so much worse. Now that was a good meal. Allison shut her eyes even tighter and sobbed. She couldn't bear to see what became of them. You vile creature! How could you do this? We all have to eat. They were my coven, my sisters, Allison snapped. Why not eat me as well? Let me join them in the other room. He chuckled. I could do that. I should do that. But I find your hatred amusing. I think I'm going to keep you. What? Allison's eyes shot open. Why? Do you know what a thrall is? He asked with a grin. I've never made one before, but there's a first time for everything. My name is Alexandros, but you will call me your master. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I really need to read that book. Alrighty, Rue. This is one of those stories where it's like, very well written. Don't like the vibes. Not good vibes. It's one of those weird things where it's like, did you enjoy that? It was well written. I'm not sure I can say I enjoyed what went down there, though. Yeah, disturbing. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lungs. Okay, so I will ask Marx's questions for him first. So this story is supposed to take place centuries and centuries ago, and I was going to have the dialogue reflect that. But I figured I'd write the dialogue first and then edit it. But then I started running into the character limit hard, and I just scrapped that altogether. Do you think that would have added to the story, or do you feel it doesn't matter? 2, I'm assuming people familiar with my world knew this was Alex pretty quickly, but if you didn't, did the ending reveal work for you? And if you aren't familiar with my world, was it awkward? 3, I always try to have Alex straddle that line of the worst being you've ever read and charming/funny in his cruelty. How did you feel that balance was here? All right, so I think I'm gonna try and go through it first and then answer the questions second. Though, well, I'll try it. All right, so this is kind of nitpicky, but nearby feels like an odd word choice here, because you'd say nearby if you have described the things around that it would be nearby, but considering it's the first line, there's nothing it can be nearby. So it feels like it's better just to say Allison sat on a tree stump. But I do really love the vibes of the beginning, and like there's very few words. Well, I mean, I guess like if you count all of this as the vibe check, then there are quite a few words put to it, but not a lot of description on like what is actually there, but just like tree stump and the coven dancing in rapturous glee alone give us some good gives us some good description of what to imagine, and then when you add their dialogue as well, that also helps. So this is all blue because I edited it, because it used to be just I love being a witch lowercase, and every time I read it wrong, because when it's lowercase it just reads to me as enjoying yourself. Willory giggled, joining her. I love being a witch. But considering the next line is Allison screamed skyward and everybody whoops in reply, I think it's much more of a I love being a witch, which for me really needed those capitals to properly get me to read it right. But I do really like that as well. That's good vibes that are all ruined very soon. I do think it's interesting that emphasis on who's that boy. Like, I don't know if it's meant to be emphasizing like there are no male people here, or if it's meant to be emphasizing like he's a teenager, he's not an adult. But either way, like I like that emphasis. It already makes him seem intriguing and out of place, and I like that. I'm curious of why it says Willory laughed knowing exactly who she meant, because it kind of read to me, like I said, that he's the only boy, and so it's like, who is the only boy here? I know exactly who you mean. It's like, well, I should hope so. He's the only boy here, kind of thing. And then I am really curious about Lilith, because I don't know a whole lot about Lilith, and there's a character I'm remembering of yours, and I was, the whole time, I was like, I don't remember if this is Lilith or somebody else. It just popped into my head. I think it's Nora that I'm thinking about. So I don't know if I know anything about Lilith. But considering she is often thought of as like the mother of monsters and demons, I could see her being evil. But it is also a question of like, that's quite evil. That's very evil to like leave your son, like have a coven of witches who worship you, and leave your son to eat them. Like that feels like that definitely feels like you are setting her up to be a very much evil character. And if that is not who you set her up to be, that feels like a weird thing to have happen. And something you could do is, instead of him being like, she doesn't care about you, that it's like indifference, it could be, she is displeased with you. That it's like, she ain't happy with something you did, I am your punishment. As opposed to like, she don't care, you're my snack, kind of thing. And then, oh yeah, and then it could be interesting if instead it started with like, Lilith dropping him off, and then everyone's like, ooh, like Lilith brought a boy, and then it's like, he ain't for you to play with, he's gonna play with you, kind of thing. And then interesting how they're basically like, our patron goddess just showed up and left her son like to hang out. What? Pretty fun and interesting, but I guess it's part of what leads to the questions of why she did that. I do really like the he must be, he has her eyes, that like you don't actually say like, is he her son? Or like, he must be her son. Just the phrasing of, is he? He must be. He, as her eyes shows, this is her son without you having to go explicit about it. I really like that. So that worked very well. This is super nitpicky, but I'll still say it. So I wonder who his father is. A demon. That's not really who his father is, that's what his father is. So I do think it works, but it is something that if you look closely at it, that it's like, I wonder who his father is. Is he Steve down the street? No, I feel like there's a better way to set that up. But yeah, so I don't really know if that's a problem, but it's a question. And I do like the jump of like, like, I wonder who his father is. And then he answers, and the answer is something very dark, and the answer is right in her ear. Fantastic. That is wonderfully creepy. Especially with the purr. I really like purr as the verb there. That works super well. What was I gonna say? Some demon. Yeah, I wonder who his father is. Some demon. That could totally work. That would work better. That it's like, I don't know his name. He's some demon. I don't know my dad's name. You expect me to know him? He's some demon. So something that I only just realized, and this very much could just be me, is that I didn't realize that this was like Willowy leaves Allison by herself to go rejoin the celebration. And when Allison ponders, she's not asking Willowy. She's just sitting there, like, pondering to herself, I wonder who his father is. I only just caught it on this read, because I very much thought she was asking this to Willowy, and then he answers, and so Willowy's still kind of watching the scene go down. It works a lot better knowing, like, they're pretty much alone on the sidelines here now. But I do think saying something like, Allison pondered to the air, or Allison pondered now alone, or now alone on the sidelines, or something like that, would be helpful. I like her response works very well. Sad that she's presuming this is Lilith. Sad she's invoking her when Lilith has authorized her death. This is one of those things from my dad. This didn't throw me too bad, but he did have a point that if you don't know the universe, demons and magic could go together, but don't inherently go together. And like, I don't know if other people view differently, but I would agree with him that when I think of demons, like, sure, like, maybe you could think of a demon doing spells, but the two things, like, magic is like witches and wizards, and demons are the things that they summon. Demons are the things that they use to help with that magic, not like they do the magic. So it's something that's not a problem if you know the universe, but I don't know if there's a word that you could use that's a little more demony there, or if magic is the only thing you could put there. Another thing, this was also from his reading, that the ellipses could read as nervous. I'm not really sure what your intention was with them, because I kind of read it as like, hi, nice to meet you. That she's kind of like feeling a little like flirty kind of situation, but it definitely could read as like, hi, nice to meet you. But then it kind of goes away here, so I'm not really sure what they were intended to convey. And granted, very fair to be nervous in this situation. Just a little weird that it goes away entirely. It could work better if, like, there's some more in there that, are you ... enjoying the festivities? Could help. I do like the switch to, like, yeah, that totally makes sense. That it's like, wow, our goddess brought her son to our party? Whoa! Like, that totally feels like she's honoring them. And then he's like, no, actually, she doesn't care about you, and that's why I'm here. That works very well as a twist. I think that one of the... I think that one of the lines that works the least well for me is this one. Hold that thought, I'll return, I hunger. So this is very much like a vampire-y line of that, like, yeah, it's like, I am about to eat some people, kind of thing. But I think partially because it's so on the nose, it feels kind of out of place. Like, even just saying, I'll return, I'm hungry, would sound a bit more natural than I hunger. It kind of, like, I have here, I must stop this conversation because I am hungry. Did you only now notice? Kind of thing. That I feel like people don't generally go, hold that thought, I need a hamburger stat. It's more like, their stomach growls and then they're like, can we like walk to the hamburger shop and chat, kind of thing. Not time for hamburger, kind of thing. I hunger, hamburger time. So I don't know if like, I don't know if something like hold that thought, dinner first, that might sound more natural as well. Because maybe the I'll return thing could also be part of it, that he's not leaving. He's not leaving the scene. Like, yes, he is leaving her presence on the sidelines, but, he's still here in the dance. We're on the dance floor, whether we're on the sidelines or dancing. And so it feels like, I don't know, I guess you would say if, like, your date's on the sidelines and you're like, I'll return. Okay, sure. Like, maybe it does work as I'm framing it like that. But it just... I'll be back. I need to go to the snack table. I guess that is exactly what's happening here. But anyways, so like, and this also goes with what one of the reviews was saying in response to the comment of, is he funny at all? Is that the comment was saying that this might be the line that was intended to be funny, but it didn't quite work. And I would agree with that. That I think the I'll return, I hunger zaps the potential funniness out of it. That I think just, he put his fingers to Allison's lips. Hold that thought. Like, I don't know if it would be full on funny, but it would definitely be much funnier. And then it's like, okay, hold that thought. And then the next scene is pure horror. I actually like that better than, hold that thought, I'll return, I hunger. Because that's putting in neon lights, I'm gonna eat people, But if it's just like, hold that thought, and then the next part is, he ate the people, then I think that that packs a greater punch than calling out, I hunger, especially in that specific way. I do like him putting his finger to her lips as well. And then all the description works super well here. I really like that we all have to eat, because it's really interesting how, on the one hand, you see that and it's like, yeah, we do all have to eat, and unfortunately, apparently your diet is people. And if that is what you need to survive, then like, that's unfortunate, but you're not doing it for evil motives. But it's cool because, well, cool but not cool, that then we see as the story continues that no, he is evil. And like, yeah, we all have to eat, but he's gonna make her his thrall. He is likes her hatred. He is relishing in evil things. And so I like that, setting up that dichotomy of, like, he kind of seems like he might be making a valid argument, and then he slaps it down with his evilness at the end. There's also an element of, we do all have to eat. Did you have to eat all of them, though? Kind of thing. And then I love hate the, I could do that. I should do that. But I find your hatred amusing. I think I'm going to keep you. That's really well done. That's really well done in its horrifyingness. And then the last line worked very well too. I liked it with the title of like, somebody's got to be the first, and so she's gonna be his first thrall. And I was asking my dad, because he doesn't know fantasy terms super well, I was asking him if he knew what a thrall was or if he was confused, and he was like, I'd not heard of a thrall before, but because we have that, because it's like, sounds like enthrall, you can kind of guess, and then especially with, you know, him saying master at the end here, even if you don't know what a thrall is, then you can infer, okay, she's like his pet now, basically. Like, I mean, I know it's a bit more than that, but, you know, that gets it across, which I think is a good thing to remember, because we're always struggling with in these stories. How do you write something in your universe? How do you potentially use a word that maybe not everybody would know, but still clarify what it means? And I think this is a great way to do that, especially because he's directly saying, do you know what a thrall is? And he doesn't answer what it is, but he does clarify, you will call me master, and so we know at least one thing that being a thrall entails. So I think that works very well. Uh-oh. There's the timer. Oh, an incoming ad break. You're okay. I can keep going because you are a I don't know, because you're a subscriber, but I don't know if I should keep going when the author is a subscriber, because the people who aren't subscribers still can't hear the critique. So I guess I will, well, 38 seconds. Do you have to eat all of them? I left one. Well, that is another thing I mean, where it's like, how many did you have to eat? Did you have to eat one and you ate 20? Did you have to eat 5 and you ate 20? Did you have to eat 10 and you ate 20? Or did you have to eat 20 and you ate 20? You know, they're different things. We're so honored to have... Hold that thought. No, I'm screaming. Why? Totally. The real demons for the ads we watched all along. Amazing. Okay, so Arith appreciates holding off. Thank you for holding off during the ads, so those of us who aren't paying can still get the feedback, as it's educational to us. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, I will hold off then, but it told me it was incoming, but it ain't here yet. When it does that, it feels like, all right, incoming meteor. It's going to impact in 5, 4, 3, 2... Where's the meteor? And we're like waiting for an indeterminate amount of time after the countdown goes down for the meteor to strike. There it is. There's the meteor.
And there's the cat.
Surrounded by the plushies. I should really have... Hi! Uh-oh. Sorry. I should really have the witch axolotl be supreme during the stream. Supreme during the stream.
Okay. Ugh. Hello, cat. You're so cute. Bella, bella, bella.
And there's also a bow right there. I don't know how well you can see him.
My goodness, you're cute. Little sneezy Bella. Bella, Bella, Bella. Bella, Bella, Bella. She's a little pillow.
I think it's over.
I think it's over. Cute cat. You're so cute. Okay. Oh. Oh, I don't think you can see it. Ow. Okay.
Where's the cam link? Oops. And now she's stopped. But she's got her little foot in my pants, in my pant leg. And she just was like patting it. Come on, baby. Uh-oh. Did I wake the beau up? Oh, you can't see him. Did I wake the beau up? Now he wants out. Oh, silly cats. Oh, silly kitties. Oh, sorry, I don't know how cameras work very well.
Hello, Boo. Do you really want out? Must you? Must you go? Oh, big belly on.
Oh, right. Okay, so question 1. So this story is supposed to take place centuries and centuries ago, and I was going to have the dialogue reflect that, but I figured I'd write the dialogue first, and then edit it. I ran into the character limit. Do you think that would have added to the story, or do you feel it doesn't matter? I'm honestly super curious to hear the chat's thoughts on this one, because this is a problem that I run into in my stories all the frickin' time. Because I write... I swallowed hair. I write stories that take place in the past all the time, and it's like I've kind of shot myself in the foot because I love retellings. I love writing retellings, and I love time travel stuff, and so I want to do both. But I am not good at history. A lot of people, when I was back in school, a lot of my classmates, like, history was one of their favorite subjects and they loved it. That was not me. Which means that, like, I need things to be accurate, both in the dialogue and in just what is happening. And it's like, I wish I cared more about this. I wish I cared more about being accurate, because that would probably make me better at this. But I don't care about it, and so it makes it feel like much more of a slog to go and actually research, like, what was going on at the time and if what would be accurate and stuff like that. And granted, like, I don't know, in some aspects it's like, because, like, I guess I'll use, like, historical clothing, for example. Like, with historical clothing, like, you know, you've got the jewelry and the shirt and the pants and the dresses and the way that they fit on the body and how much color is in the clothes and what shades those colors are and stuff like that. And, like, there's so much minutia to that really overwhelms me. And if I were able to look up, like, what is the clothing of this century or of this decade, and then people were like, here you go, use this in your stories, I would be like, thank you, internet, I will do that. But because it's like, I could write about somebody with a waistcoat and then they have, like, a certain belt, and then a fashion historian could be like, they would not have worn that belt. You know, that kind of thing makes me really overwhelmed. And so it's kind of one of those situations where it's like, it's so overwhelming that it kind of means I don't try a lot of the time. But and so it's like the same thing is true for, like, words and, like, society and stuff like that. And so it's like, I want my stories to be historically accurate as best as I can. There's magic and time travel weirdness going on, but other than that, you know, I want it to be as accurate as I can make it. It just feels like so much work to, you know, to research that. And even if I do research it, maybe I'll get one minutia wrong and everybody will comment on that. And so it makes it super overwhelming. But anyways, all that to say, like, regarding your story, like, I don't care. I don't care if they use archaic words. And I personally, honestly, like, to me, I've talked about before how, like, on the writer's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the bottom tier, the most important, is that the reader understands the story. And a lot of modern readers are not going to be able to understand more archaic speech. Or even if they do, they're not going to understand it as well as they would modern speech. And so, to me, like, using modern speech that the reader can understand, that the modern reader can understand better, even though it's not historically accurate, to me, like, that is a more... I personally value that more. I value the reader understanding it better, even though it's not accurate, more than I value it being accurate. But I am really curious how other people order those values. If other people are like, nope, lowest tier is it needs to be historically accurate, then reader understanding is after that. So I like to say, I do not mind that you have modern language. I recognized, as far as I remember, I was like, okay, like, this is Alex's first thrall, and so I can kind of get, okay, so this is probably a very long time ago. And so even, that is because I know Alex, though. So I don't know what I would have thought if I didn't know Alex, but because I know that, like, he is this, you know, immortal, very powerful being, I can, once I see this is his first thrall, I can make that assumption, and I can be like, yes, I get that this was centuries ago. I do not mind the language that it is written in. But I might be alone in that. So I'm really curious in what other people have to say. And then 2, I'm assuming people familiar with my world knew this was Alex pretty quickly, but if you didn't, did the ending reveal work for you? If you aren't familiar with my world, was it awkward? So I do know your world, so I don't think I can answer that one. 3, I always try to have Alex straddle that line of the worst being you've ever read and charming/funny in his cruelty. How did you feel that balance was here? I think the reviews answered it very well, that it's like, he ate her entire coven and then forced her to watch and made her his thrall. So I'm gonna go with cruel on this one. You know, like, I did not, like, yes, there's some charmingness in there of, like, you know, him, like, purring in her ear is both, like, that's the thing of, like, him purring in her ear has both creepiness and charmingness at the same time, but then it's more creepiness the second time you read it. And then he's like, oh, I'm magical, I'm cool, you know, is kind of charming, and stuff like that. So, and then if you did have it just hold that thought, then that would be a bit more charming. So, like, yeah, I can see, like, he's not coming in unga bunga, I want to eat you kind of thing. Like, he is being like, oh, like, my father was a demon, like, nice to meet you, hold that thought, I need a meal. You know, like, he does have charmingness. I would not really call any of it funny, though. Something that could have maybe been, like, pushed the hold that thought into directly funny is if he said something like, oh, mom provided snacks. That doesn't really sound like Alex to me, so I don't think he'd say that, but that could be funny if he's like, mom provided snacks for me. Yeah, so, and, like, he tarts out charming. He tarts and strudels out charming. Yeah, he starts out charming, but immediately drops it, is kind of the thing that it sort of seems like. Or if it's like, if he's trying to be charming, it doesn't come across that way after he's murdered everyone, kind of a thing. And then you lost your charming card once you murdered everybody. Another thing I forgot to ask when I was going through it is, I thought that Alex fed on emotion. I thought that it was that, like, that hatred itself that fed him. And I feel like reading this that I am wrong, but I'm really curious if I'm just totally remembering something wrong or if that was actually a thing that came up. But okay, let's see what folks have been saying. Lots of conversation in the not-so-private chat. Why would you do this? I got bored and he was hungry. Two birds with one stone. Dinner and a show. Stephen the Demon. Never heard of that. Hi, Lilith sent me. She's concerned that your coven isn't paying their membership dues. Do you have any blood on hand by any chance? Oh, it's inside you? No worries. I'll get that out. No problem. I don't know what villainous monologue idea you're talking about. Yeah, the some demon could add to his careless, cold personality. Yeah, that he doesn't even care about his father. It's like, who is your father, some demon? Ooh, arcane arts instead of magic. Yeah, I like that. Eddie says, personally, I didn't have a problem with it, but magic does usually conjure neutral to good vibes to me after years of exposure to RPGs and characters like Gandalf, while terms that focus on the secrecy of what was done, like arcane, help tilted a bit towards evil, unless it's spelled magic with a K, which is 100% Aleister Crowley. I control demons and make them do the hard work for me thing. That could have been a more archaic thing that could have helped you. Yeah, if you put the K on it, that could have helped. But yes, arcane arts I think would have been better because that would be more like ooky spooky demon weirdness. Now granted, my dad was the one with the issue with it. I wasn't, so I'd have to ask him to know for sure. But that sounds better to me. It sounds less out of place. Them's eating people. I require sustenance. Just hold that thought. I'll return. I require sustenance. To be honest, that kind of sounds better. That kind of sounds better to me. Did you have to eat them all? Once you pop, you just can't stop. Eddie, I hunger. I just think it sounds weird next to hold that thought. I hunger sounds like a fairly traditional fantasy way of going, I'm gonna eat you people, but hold that thought is a very modern sounding sentence, and the juxtaposition doesn't really make it funny to me, just weird. I'd agree. I can see a world where it works so the narration makes a point to note that suddenly the voice went different and formal, as if the character really did just suddenly turned into a traditional fantasy character out of nowhere. Very, very fair. Yeah, I would agree with that. That I do think that's part of the problem, is that, that thought sounds more casual, more modern, more fun, and then I hunger sounds like, like a traditional, very formal fantasy vampire that is quite different vibes, and so the two clash, at least in my mind. And so even just saying like I'm hungry would fit the tone better. I require sustenance would probably be even more weird, but that would highlight the juxtaposition in a better way. And I guess it's also like, it's not just, I guess part of the reason I require sustenance more is because I hunger is like, it's like if you and your friend are walking down the street talking about something, and then you're like, hold that thought, I'm hungry. Doesn't really sound natural, but if you say, hold that thought, I need food, like that sounds more natural. So saying like, hold that thought, I require sustenance is like, hold that thought, I'm going to get food, as opposed to, hold that thought, my tummy it doth rumbly. Oh boy. Hold that thought, I need to fill the tank with some man burger helper. Amazing. Look, I wanted McDonald's, but it's already closed and I'm not going to Waffle House at this time of the night. And I'm banned from Arby's. Amazing. Manessa says, I usually tend towards audience understanding over accuracy, but a certain level of inaccuracy would take me out of the story. That's a really good point, where it's like, okay, audience understanding is a more important thing to prioritize, but if something is too inaccurate, then that will push the audience out of the story. They're understanding it, but they're not in it. That makes a lot of sense. Prompt 216, Unga Bunga, I'm gonna eat you. That's great. Oh, interesting. Doc says, be wary of using magic with a K because that is used for paganism now in modern society, and people are still giving modern witches hell or scrutinizing their craft as hocus pocus. Gotcha. Thank you, Doc. I did not know about that. Okay, let's go over to the Twitch chat. So little lady Eva says, I dig the last line. That is great. I find your hatred amusing. Sounds like something Darth Vader would say when fighting a fallen Jedi. Very true. How many squid doth I need to fling to catch up? Amazing. Somebody else can answer because I don't know. Excellent story. Rancid vibes. I love that. I need that phrase on the speed vial. Excellent story. Rancid vibes. I do not think English has a proper word for what I felt, but you did it well. Yeah. Cap says fair, says Marx. Gotcha. Good to know. You're okay with that. Yeah, little lady Eva says, I got the understanding he was the only boy. Mark says, yeah, Lilith is not a nice person. Alex is worse, don't get me wrong, but Lilith is incredibly selfish. Gotcha. I did not know that Alex was her son, so I was like, that does kind of explain why he's so powerful, if he's descended from this powerful being. And he says his father is Bob from accounting, a true demon. I don't think you know what you said, because Bob is God in Marx's universe, and that would be freaking horrifying if God was Alex's father in this universe. Let's see. Eric says, well, Lilith could be more of an amoral in the sense of a hurricane is amoral. That doesn't mean it doesn't cause great suffering. That's part of the horror that of an uncaring force bringing suffering. I thought that was what Marx was going for here. Was that indeed what you were going for, Arith? Because I guess it's like the activeness of sending her son to them shows a level of thought. Because, like, if she doesn't care, it would be more like he showed up and he was just like, hey, y'all. Like, and they're like, wow, are you Lilith's kid? And he's like, And, you know, they're like, wow, like, so Lilith sent you here to us. She honors us. And he's like, no, actually, she kind of forgot you existed, but I didn't know, so snack time, you know. Mark says, funnily enough, most beings see Alex as the magical equivalent of a natural disaster. But the thing is that, like what Arith was saying, that natural disaster, like a hurricane, is not actively, like, taking pleasure in people's suffering. It's just a force that will cause suffering, but it's not because it is doing it for evil reasons. But Alex is 1,000% doing this for very evil reasons. So I would not say that's an accurate description. Magic and demons not being inherently connected is a good point, having considered that. Very fair. See, that's the thing. Mako says, interesting. I feel like demons are usually associated with some sort of magic. Curses, plagues, turning water to blood, you know, spooky, scary things. Setting aside the curses, plagues and water turning to blood are both things that God did in the Old Testament, not demons. And when God does it, it's not called magic. So I still am not really seeing your point there, because I don't really, yeah. Norman says, I feel like demons are so magic adjacent that they've basically been co-opted by the general spooky fiction crew. You have been co-opted into the general spooky fiction crew. Welcome. BRB need a snack. I need nuggies, people nuggies. Norman, I must say that the next time I go to McDonald's, I've returned. I hunger. That's great. Make sure you get the family pack when want to leave anybody behind. Arith says, well, in older myths, magicians cast spell effects by summoning spirits to do the effects. Like Prospero in Shakespeare's play The Tempest, he creates a storm by first calling upon the air spirit Ariel. So often it's spirits or demons who are called upon to do the actual end result. Yes, that was more of what I was thinking, that it's generally more like the demon is what you call upon, what the witch calls upon, or does more than call upon, rather than the demons themselves have the magic. Yes, that was Documancer's review on the I Hunger line. Marx says, well, to me it was more the casual people gotta eat and so forth that at least tickled me in a dark, messed up way. I'm not sure if you're refuting something I said or agreeing with it or offering your own info. Oh. Amazing. Documancer says, I know the word thrall, but I don't remember what it is. I can gather with the context he is going to keep her as some type of creature/servant that is connected to their master by devastation. And Marx Alex has a pretty big appetite. Gotcha. Ads on smaller streams are kind of borked because the calculations are meant for streams with orders of magnitude more viewers. Very fair. Destin says, I never would have guessed this took centuries ago. Gotcha. Arith says, I feel like it adds more to use modern language and setting, as I would have found ye old English to be rather distracting. Yes, so these are really good, like, two sides of the same coin things, which is like, okay, so like, let's say that reader understanding is the... I would keep wanting to say highest tier, but like if I'm using Maslow's hierarchy of needs as my structure, then it's the lowest tier. The most important tier is reader understanding, and then like the accuracy is next. And there's one sense of, okay, if it's too inaccurate, if the language is too modern, that pulls the reader out of the story. On the other hand, if it's too accurate, that could also pull the reader out of the story. So you kind of have to find your balance between the two that the reader can understand and get into. And he says, I think a good way to write something in the past without alienating the audience by using language that's too flowery is to simply use language that sounds more serious. I did not think this was set centuries ago with how casual the speech is sometimes. That's very fair, that, saying things like, hold that thought, and, I love being a witch and stuff do sound more casual and modern, and that's a good point. I think adding some somewhat archaic words would emphasize that this is the past, or perhaps add something. That's fair, instead of having it be, the whole thing is written in ye old English, just a couple of archaic words to show, hey, we're in the past. That could be good. I just saw Manburger Helper in the other chat, I'm dying. Amazing. Norman says, it's tricky, and a lot of people make that mistake of anachronistic storytelling. Thankfully, I find the minutiae interesting and kind of inspiring. There's story ideas in those details. I want to do, a mind meld with you for those times where I need to get into it, so that I find the minutiae interesting and can write my stories better. Let's see. Okay, so Eddie disagrees with the archaic words idea. Says, I think it would have made it just awkward for me. To be honest, there's these old-timey words here and there, but also, I love being a witch, and hold that thought. So you're kind of combining things that maybe have things be more serious, and then also sprinkle in a couple of archaic words. Maybe could overall give you the vibes of this being older without making the whole thing ye old English. Norman says, but it's also impossible and maybe unnecessary to be totally historically accurate. I ain't writing my whole story in Old English just so no one can even read it. Exactly. And he says, I think using modern English but without idioms and overly casual speech would have helped. And then you can add some old-timey spellings here and there. So that was exactly what I was saying. Yeah, exactly. Past setting and going for old-time language wouldn't use such idioms that you'd need to find equivalent idioms and such. Yes, very fair. I agree. He says, the lack of idioms and casual speech is something that nowadays was only really see in high-class events based on old tradition, so it helps set a tone of, this isn't just two random folks in the streets. I mean, there is also a point of, like, people were always people. So I assume that, like, for all of time, everybody in the past didn't always speak formally. Like, I'm assuming that there has always been casual speech to use. But I think there's also, like, problems of the things that tend to survive through history could be things that are more like that nobles and royalty kept, because those were the things that were protected. You know, like with clothing, for example, like we might have a noble's piece of clothing because it was kept and preserved and not worn that much. But we probably have a lot less peasant clothing because it was worn day in and day out every day until it was just rags hanging off their body, and that's not going to survive till today. And so I think that's kind of the thing, is like we think of the past as being formal, but in some ways that might be because that formal language is what has survived, is what we know of. But I'm sure that there were casual idioms and stuff. We just might not know what those things are, kind of thing. Justice says, yeah, no, got no charm here, just cruelty and evil. The ending wasn't confusing, and I'm not that familiar with your stories. Good to know. Arith says, mostly saying using old-timey language and focusing on that would have made it harder to create Alex's charming nature. Very fair point. Yeah, that kind of goes along with the reader understanding thing, that the reader understands these idioms, even though they don't fit, like using an idiom like, hold that thought. Very modern, but it's something that the modern reader can understand and go, oh, that's a little funny, or that's a little charming. And, you know, that wouldn't be as funny or charming if it's some random old-timey idiom that you found, you know, in your research. Yeah, old-timey language can come off as out of touch rather than charming. Gotcha. Marx says, Alex feeds on souls, but I figured that it would be too wordy to get across. Gotcha. So I'm curious, because that still doesn't quite answer my question. Because in one sense, that feels like you're saying, yes, he doesn't feed on the body, he feeds on the soul and the emotion therein. But on the other hand, you might be saying, like, no, he doesn't feed on the body, but he's not feeding on the emotion, kind of thing. I also do like, I require sustenance. And he says, I'm absolutely horrified that Marx has turned Bob from accounting into a god. Yes. Not in what I'm thinking, like saying, wait, isn't that calling a demon to come do magic for you? No, it's calling a demon to be a demon. Like, it's, if you're just calling a demon and you're like, hey, demon, please go punch that guy. You summoning the demon was you doing magic. But the demon punching the guy was just the demon being a demon, you know? I don't usually see, like, granted, like, I haven't read every story, and I know there are certainly stories where demons can do magic. But just, like, in thinking of it in a more, like, what do we think of it in real life kind of thing? Like, we don't usually think of it as, okay, I will summon this demon. Demon, please cast a spell. It's like, why didn't you cast the spell? Which is usually what we see. Like, if a spell is wanted to be cast, the witch casts it. The witch doesn't summon a demon to cast a spell, you know, kind of thing. Mark says, Alex is definitely doing things because he enjoys being cruel, but the reason he's left to do it is because he's just powerful enough that killing him isn't worth the cost. And most beings who would stop him are like, oh, that city is gone? Oh, it was Alex, and never mind. I mean, like, what was I gonna say? I'm curious what you mean, and this could, like, be something that we should just talk about off camera because I'm already way over time. But I'm curious what you mean by isn't worth the cost, because, like, I feel like killing Alex is very much worth sacrificing your life for. He is really bad, and so it very much feels like, yes, a brave soul absolutely should sacrifice their life to take him down. But that's kind of different from, like, to kill him, we have to sacrifice thousands of lives. And granted, even that, like, there's a trade-off, because it's like, either he tortures thousands of lives, or thousands of people die to keep him from torturing thousands of more. Maybe it is worth letting those 1,000 people, not letting those, maybe it is worth, like, sending 1,000 people in who, like, many of them are going to die, so that he isn't, you know, making 1,000 more people suffer. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kaylee's hierarchy of reader needs. Maybe using fuller sentences in the dialogue so it doesn't feel too modern. That could be a good example. Ghoulish says, I'd argue accuracy is not a part of the hierarchy 100% of the time. It's an argument of hard fantasy / soft fantasy. Well, yeah, definitely, because, like, yeah, if you're just writing a fantasy story, well, historic accuracy doesn't really matter, because you created the universe, and so it's all world-building accuracy, not historical accuracy. I guess that could be a different way to phrase it, of, like, accuracy either to your own rules or to our history's rules, but like you said, there is also soft magic, which is not something that is hard that you have to accurately adhere to. So it's interesting thoughts. Yeah, quiet people tend not to make history. Exactly. And he says, there was always casual speech, but what was casual in the past is either gone or formal now because it's old-timey. An example of casual speech from the past is the old swear word gadzooks, which is a way of saying God's hooks without invoking the name of God. I thought if I remembered correctly, it was actually the opposite, that gadzooks sounds silly to us now, but it was actually very serious back then because you are using the Lord's name in vain. Same thing with, like, I don't know if this specific one was one of them, but it's something like G Willikers, and then G, like, comes from Jesus. And now, like, we think, oh, G, like, that's such a cute little swear. But back then, they were like, oh, how dare you take his name in vain, kind of thing. Yeah, discussion on a pirate ship probably sounded like a Discord chat, totally. Decoy says, I remember reading about the creation of the Deadwood series and how they used modern swear words rather than time period appropriate ones because the meanings had changed over time. If you find that article, you should share it. Or the video. Whoever finds the video, share it. Welcome, Bitzer, and good night, Bitzer. Interesting. So, like, the worst curse word in the 19th century was, are you saying goddamn or, like, gadzooks? Oh, gotcha. So, like, damn was a severe saying shit, which to the modern person sounds ridiculous. Right, yeah. Like, older swear words are mostly about religion and sometimes diseases. Modern swears are mostly about sex or, well, poop. That is the source of disease. I've seen, oh man, I don't know if I could find it, but I think it was just like a Reddit conversation that I thought was really interesting, that in the past, swears were religious. And then it was more about, like, bodily functions, like poop and sex and stuff like that. And now it's more about, like, the worst swear words are more about, like, slurs and stuff like that. So interesting stuff. I see. So Marx says it could arguably take out multiple angels, so it'd either take out really powerful beings to take out Alex or loads of weaker ones. Okay, so that one, in that case, like, that also adds the element of, does heaven care enough? kind of thing. Because if we're just thinking of it like, good people who really care, like, if they actually care, they should, we should maybe sacrifice some powerful angels to take him down. But knowing what your heaven is like, they might be like, yeah, sucks for them, not worth sacrificing my life for. Oh yeah, lots of swears about being an idiot or dishonorable. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what you seem to be saying multiple things, Eddie, so I'm not sure what you're getting into that. Mm-hmm. Mark says heaven absolutely doesn't care enough. Their numbers are limited. Very fair. Very fair. Okay. You summoning the demon is magic. The demon punching the guy? That's a bonus. That's fantastic. Eddie, well, I'm not tipping him at all he does is punch a guy. Oh, incredible. Alright, we have gone way over time, but it's been a lot of fun. Let us go on to Documancer's story. Alright. The Witch on the Hillside Sun by Documancer. 340 words. A boy with a locked grin pushed for the cottage, snug against the hillside. Caked on his knobby knees were freckles from his mom, sweat from his running, and mud from the peppermint patch. Splash! A frog darted into a stream when his feet skedaddled by. Glass noises clanked in his pockets, mason jars packed with peppermint. Whoosh! The lemon balms dotted along the path trembled. He'd come back when the sun tucked herself on the tip of the woodland and harvest for Mom's tea. He was Sienna Thatch's boy, the son of the witch on the hillside. She taught him how to tell the difference between peppermint and nettle, though sometimes nettle reminded him with a sting. And of course, Mom showed him how to spot chicken of the woods and not jack-o'-lantern mushrooms, which was lethal advice. Men claimed witchcraft, but when they returned to town, they forgot why they followed the stream. Russet entered and felt the cottage whisper in his ear. He kicked off his shoes and went for the kitchenette, unloading his pockets. He counted 4 mason jars of peppermint, and then went to the sink to scrub. Mom's instructions were simple. Work with clean hands when you're in the kitchen, clean up the bugs or dirt that may linger, and leave enough spoils for tea or spells. Russet? Kitchen, Mom! He gazed up as footsteps clattered towards the retractable ladder on the ceiling. Mom came down with a bundle and snapped her fingers. The ladder folded itself up. Mom, I haven't needed my baby blanket since I was 8. A smile jotted across her lips. She set the blanket on her rocking chair and scooped Russet up to the counter. Never mind that. You got knees to clean. He groaned dramatically. Ma, you're not gonna bathe me in the sink. I'm too big. When she laughed, she chirped in high decibels, and a gentle scent of apple cinnamon puffed from the walls. You might be too big, but you'll always be my boy. He rolled his eyes, but the corners of his mouth didn't fall. Yes, Mom. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I certainly did. I think you passed my challenge with flying colors. And if you don't know what my challenge was, let me go read it. A while ago, a challenge idea was suggested. Write a cozy fantasy story. It was inspired by Boople stories, the 2 Raven stories. This kind of sheer utter coziness can be difficult to convey, especially for those of us who like darker tales. So my challenge is to write a cozy fantasy story that leaves readers thinking the story felt like a warm hug. Definitely felt like that with this story. It felt super duper cozy and huggy. I liked it a lot. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung, the ghoulish misfit. Many a toss squid for thee. Nice. Alright, let's just get into it. I really like the title. The title already gives off those vibes. It feels very whimsical already just from that, which is fantastic. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Kim. That shot up the hype train. It's so weird that the hype train went off with only 200 when we first jumped on. But now there's a lot more than 200 in there, and it's only halfway. All right. I like Locked Grin. That's a great image there. Push is a little bit strange. I definitely was a bit confused the first time I read it. I think just saying a boy with a locked grin ran for the cottage, or push through his exhaustion to get to the cottage. There are ways that you could use pushed to work in there, but just it alone doesn't really work, because we don't have that, like, he's doing one final push, towards the cottage. This is our introduction to him. We don't know what he's been doing. So just saying he ran for the cottage would work better. I am very torn on this line, because on the one hand, very beautiful and well done, like, metaphorical language of his knobby knees being caked with freckles, that he's just the kind of person who is super duper freckly, and so there's so many of them, and I do absolutely love the, is that anaphora? The from his mom, from his running, and from the peppermint patch, whatever it is. I really like the from structure as well. However, at the same time, this line definitely threw me. Like, I had to do a double take when I first read it, because caked on his knobby knees, I'm expecting mud. I'm not expecting something more metaphorical. And so I do wonder if instead you switched it to caked on his knobby knees was mud from the peppermint patch, sweat from his running, and freckles from his mom. That might work better for me, because it would be the thing I expect, another thing I might expect, and then the unexpected thing, instead of the unexpected thing first. Because we don't usually describe freckles as caked, and so I don't know if that's an issue of, like, that word doesn't work, or if it's more of, like, it's a fantastic metaphor, the word does work, maybe just restructuring it a little would make it work better. The splash and whoosh are cute, and then the glass jingling and jangling. I can totally, like, visualize this and imagine it very cute and beautiful. I did set the timer. I was just joking. And then the lemon balms, like, trembling as he goes by, very cool. The sun tucked herself, love the personification there. Sienna Thatch's boy is very, very cute, again, very whimsical. The son of the witch on the hillside. I like the, she taught him how to tell the difference between peppermint and nettle. Sometimes nettle reminded him of the sting. Very beautiful. Love that. And of course, Mom showed him how to spot chicken of the woods and not jack-o'-lantern mushrooms. When you say chicken of the woods, I'm thinking that's at least a bird, if not an actual chicken in the woods. And so then to go chicken in the woods, jack-o'-lantern mushrooms, I'm like, I would not think that those two things could be compared. And so obviously it's not an actual chicken. I think there actually would be a very simple way to fix it. All you'd have to do is this. The same way that jack-o'-lantern, that chicken of the woods, would convey, this is a title. This is not a chicken of the woods. This is chicken of the woods. This is a title. This is a thing that, then, thank you for the hype train. This is a thing that, I may not know what it is, but I can tell from those dashes that it is, that this is a title, and so that would make more sense. I don't think I put one there. That would make more sense when it's compared with a mushroom. It's because I would go, okay, it's a title of something, I don't know what it is, compared with jack-o'-lantern mushrooms. Okay, probably a mushroom. And then lethal advice. So I could just know the word wrong. So you guys feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But when I've only really heard lethal advice to mean this advice killed you. That it's like, if you take this advice, it will kill you. Not this advice will save your life. And so it read as like, his mom showed him how to spot chicken in the woods and not jack-o'-lantern mushrooms, but the advice that she gave him left him dead. I know it's obviously not what you mean, but that ends up how it reads. So I'm curious if lethal is used in that way, but I have just never heard of it that way. Yeah. And then this one, I really like the idea here of like, yeah, there are people who claim witchcraft, but when they go back home, then they're like, why was I out there? I like that a lot. But I do think that the phrasing confused me. I had to read it multiple times to get what it was trying to say. And I think it's because of the order, is because it's like, men claimed witchcraft. I'm like, okay, we're claiming witchcraft. We're going that way to go get the witch. When they return to town. And so it's like, we're back home, they forgot why they followed this. And then they forgot why they followed the stream is in the middle. And so it's like, okay, that way. We're back home. And now we're talking about the middle, what happened over here, kind of thing. But I think just saying like, men claimed witchcraft, but when they followed the stream, but quickly forgot why they were following the stream and returned to town. I think that would be clear. You could also do, what was the other idea I had? So it could be something like, men claimed witchcraft, but always seem to forget along the way, or something like that. I think could work better, but I do really like that idea. So the name, this is interesting. I felt like the name was introduced a little bit late, and it's interesting because like, I like the way that it's described before that, and it works. But I think it's just something about the fact that it very clearly is not saying his name. This is a boy. Narrator doesn't seem to know his name. He's Sienna Thatch's boy. And then we throw in a russet in there. And it's like, the whole beginning kind of read like we didn't know his name. Read like the narrator didn't know his name. And so then to throw it in there and not having said it earlier sounds weird. And so I think saying it earlier, it could be, russet, a boy with a locked grin, or a frog darted across the stream when Russet's feet skedaddled by, or he was Russet, Sienna Thatch's boy. I think any of those would sound more natural than throwing it in there. Another way you could do it is don't say his name until she says it, because it is really close. So you could just keep saying the boy all the way until it's said in dialogue, and then you can say his name after that. That could also work. Pretty image of the cottage whispering in his ear. I'm not quite sure what it's about, but I like the vibes. This is all very cute. Really, really like those images. I like her advice as well. Though the one question I would have is that I'm assuming that when she says leave the spoils for tea or spells, it goes back to this and says leave the bugs and dirt. They're the spoils for spells. You making tea out of bugs and dirt? Like, it's possible that can make good tea. But it sounds a little weird to me to say, okay, clean up the bugs and dirt, but leave a couple so we can make tea out of them, Is that another hype train? It seems it's another hype train. Thank you so much. But I do like all the imagery. I like the list, the instructions, and just that he's cleaning himself off and recounting her instructions. That's great. This is very natural. And then I like the retractable ladder and her, magically getting it to go back up. So I do like the vibes and conversation of the baby blanket. But it doesn't seem to go anywhere, and so I'm not really sure why it was brought up. That it feels odd to introduce that. Well, first of all, the first odd thing about it is that it doesn't say she's carrying the baby blanket, and so like, there's a little bit of awkwardness in that. I do think saying, you know, carrying a blanket in her snap fingers and then, hey, I haven't needed my baby blanket since I was 8 would work a little better for me. But then adding to that, you know, that it's like, oh, I haven't needed my baby blanket since I was 8. And then she throws it on the chair and we don't hear anything more about that. Is kind of like, why was it introduced then? Why were the words used for this? And I think it could work if it's meant to imply that she's having another baby, that it's like, no, he doesn't need the baby blanket, but the new baby is going to. But that wasn't really clear to me if that was meant to be the intention. Like, maybe she could say something like, it's not for you, then maybe that could be a good hint that, like, oh, I see, there's another one on the way, kind of thing. I do like jotted her lips and scooped him up. Great verbs. Very, very cute and fun. This is very much how a mom talks. Love him groaning dramatically. Super cute. I like she chirped in high decibels. Though this one threw me a bit. I'm assuming it's just a cute magical thing, but it seemed a little weird that it's like that the cabin is like, oh, she laughed. Time to squirt the apple cinnamon juice, you know. So not sure about that one, but the vibes do sound fun. So I think that the biggest critique I'd have for this piece has to do with the fact that we don't know Russet's age, because the fact that he can sit on the counter at all and that it's an option for her to bathe him in the sink reads like he's somewhere around 5, but he very clearly says that he is more than 8. And so it feels weird that that she is sitting him on the counter and contemplating bathing him in the sink when he is like 10 or 12 or more, you know. And then I also think,
oh, sneeze. Sneeze goes the kitty.
I also think, because when I read this, so I do really like the ending of you might be too big, but you'll always be my boy. He rolled his eyes, but the corners of his mouth didn't fall. I especially like that line. That's such a great way to describe he's still smiling. Like, you could have just said, you know, he rolled his eyes but still smiled. But describing it in that detail of the corners of his mouth that didn't fall, I love that. There's something so whimsical and great about that. And so I really like that. But the question/issue that I would have with it is that, you know, once I reread it, going back to "You'll always be my boy," I'm kind of like, well, yeah. Like, if he's 5 or if he's 20, he's your boy. That is your son, you know? So I think that line would work better as "You'll always be my little boy." That it's like, yes, you are too big now, but in my mind, like, I remember you as when you were a kid. Like, to me, you're my little boy. That would work stupendously. But with just my boy, it's like, well, yeah, he is. So I think knowing what Russet's age is could help, and or potentially having the signals be a little bit clearer or like, I guess you could do the opposite, that instead of saying, I haven't needed my baby blanket since I was 8, and then giving us signals that he's less than 8, instead you could maybe just take out the line that, since I was 8, and like maybe just, Mom, I don't need my baby blanket anymore. Then that could convey, okay, yeah, he's like 5, you know, kind of thing. Could work better. Alrighty-roo. I see. So Hillside has posted a picture of chicken of the woods, and it is indeed a fungus. What? So Holspin has the ... chicken of the woods with the dashes. Are you saying you disagree with my dash idea, or were you pointing out the dash idea before I did? Oh gosh. Okay. Ah, stop it. Let me scroll, please. Okay. Caked, I was trying to figure out what the pattern structure should be. I played with it for a bit. Very fair. And to be fair, I do think you did a great job with it. Like, it's just a little bit of awkwardness, but I can forgive it because it's so fun and whimsical and overall well done. Thank you for the cheer, the extra cheers, the more cheers, Mako. Really appreciate that. Well, yes, I understand now that they're both fungi, but if you just say chicken of the woods to somebody who is not familiar with a fungi, they're not gonna think fungi. So, like I said, you either need the dashes or chicken of the woods fungi, or pick a different fungi that would be easier for those who don't understand fungi to get. I do think whimsy is a very prominent vibe for this. Yes, indeed. Mark says I had to look them up because I was also confused. Yes. That's it for me this week, says Mako. Well, I really appreciate all you can give. That's very fair. Documancer. I follow a lot of foragers and it's a niche issue again. Very fair. Boople, yeah, I only know chicken of the woods because I knew someone who liked mushrooms a lot. Okay, ad break incoming. It's coming! You should post that video in the not so private chat, Mako. I know that you were trying to convey she taught it to him to save his life. This is just not the right phrasing for that. I'm trying to think what would be. It could be like, which was advice that saved his life, or advice that saved his life on many occasions, or that kind of thing, maybe. Yeah, because lethal advice definitely reads to me as advice that will get you killed. Yeah, exactly. Nara says, folk naming is odd and colorful. I've never heard of chicken in the woods, though I've heard of oysters that are from the Rocky Mountains. Well, even that, like, you would call them Rocky Mountain oysters, right? Not Rocky Mountains. Claimed witchcraft. I was trying to figure out the pattern here, too, because it's supposed to be that subtle hint of magic. Well, like, I kind of have two things to say about it. It's like, one thing is that, yes, that is conveyed, that it's just like, they try to get there, and then they forget why they're there. And so there is, the magic's a little more subtle and less active. And so I do like that. But at the same time, saying that leave enough for spells, that's not subtle. Like, that's magic. So if you wanted the magic to be subtle, I think you would need to not use something so direct as saying, like, spells and stuff like that. It's the I'm going until the ad goes off. Perhaps should be more of a fatal difference between the mushrooms. So, oh, there it is. Okay.
Well, there it is.
All right, I'll show you the cat, and I'll check for the other cat. The other cat is not out here.
Hello, you cat. Hello, this one. Hello, this cat. You're so cute. Yes, you are. It's a baby. Kitty, 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 kitty.
Okay, so Wolf was pointing it out that, like, the dashes could work. So you were pointing it out before I did.
Oh, you're so cute. Yes, you are.
I love the little witch axolotl watching everything. I guess you can't see it at the moment, but it over? I think it's over. Yeah, perhaps there'd be more of a fatal difference between the mushrooms, so Russet knows the difference between to save his life and not eat the poisonous one. Yeah, so that might be what I'm thinking of, because I was thinking like, oh, maybe this word is used that way. That probably is what I was thinking of. That, well, I don't know, because if you said, okay, so if you said which was fatal advice, I would probably think the same thing of like, this advice is fatal. This advice leads to your death. But if you said which was a fatal difference, then that could work, because it's saying if you don't know the difference, it will kill you, as opposed to this advice will kill you. Yeah, it says this whole story is vibes, and I think that's really cool. Agreed. And Documancer, knowing his name, I have trouble showing the character name. Very fair. The cottage was whispering to take off his shoes. That's cute. Oh man, you probably didn't. Did you have the words? You did have the words. Okay. No, you did have the words. You should totally have added that. You know, like Russet entered and felt the cottage whisper in his ear to take off his shoes. He did so and went for the kitchenette. Oh, that's really cute. Yeah, Arith says I wouldn't have guessed that. I assume talking about the shoes. I wouldn't have either. Even though they are right next to each other, I definitely did not connect the two. So I think just flat out saying it would work. Yeah, I assume the whispering was metaphorical for the creak in the house. That's very fair too. I can totally see that reading. Marx says same. Documancer says bugs and tea. Was trying to describe cleaning the plants. Use the plants as needed, but leave some for her tea. Okay, work with clean hands when you're in the kitchen. Clean up the bugs and dirt that may linger, and leave enough spoils for the tea. It seemed to me like it was going like, went to the sink to scrub. Mom's instructions were simple, and so I assumed that that it meant, okay, her instructions about scrubbing in the sink. Her instructions are, work with clean hands when you're in the kitchen. So scrub off your hands. Clean up the bugs or dirt that may linger. So like really get into those nooks and crannies. Clean up the dirt and bugs on ya. And then since this is all about going to the sink to scrub, I was thinking this was connected as well. That it's like, okay, leave any spoils after the scrubbing for tea or spells. So I don't know exactly how you could make it clear that it's about the plants. Maybe you could do something like Mom's instructions for working in the kitchen were simple. Work with clean hands. Clean up the bugs or dirt that may linger on the plants. And leave enough... You might have to use the word plants. Leave enough spoils for tea or spells. Yeah, so I do think you'd have to structure things differently to make that clear, because it all seems very connected to scrubbing off. But I do like that idea. Arith, apple cinnamon puffs confused me too. Apple cinnamon puffs confused me too. Well, it works as a transformed prompt. The apple cinnamon is a vibe thing, supposed to mean the cottage likes her when she's happy. Gotcha. I guess maybe you could, in that case, say, where is that? She chirped in high decibels, and the cottage sent a gentle scent of apple cinnamon into the air in response. Like, maybe making it clear that there's a connection there could be good. He likes plushies, yes. 8 years old, it's a kid thing. Mom, I'm not 8, I'm 9. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that is, like, I totally get that, because kids are like that. But I think it is the issue of, like, baby blanket does feel like, you know, granted, different people grow up at different ages, and some people really need that baby blanket for, like, a comfort, for much longer, but generally I feel like you're not, and I'm no expert in kids, but generally I feel like you're not going to need your baby blanket after, like, 5, and so 8 already seems rather old for that, but then like, again, with the putting him on the counter, washing him in the sink, like, no expert in kids, but 9 feels like too old to be able to do that, or for that to be an option. And so, like, the fact that this is, you know, that she's setting him on the counter, and he knows, hey, you're gonna bathe me in the sink, we can't do that anymore. Doesn't feel like the mom would do that if that was not an option. It feels more like it's an option, like it's something that she might be able to do, but Russet doesn't think she can do, kind of thing. And so again, that feels like a younger thing than 8, but I could totally be wrong. Some of the scriptures, I ran out of words for context. Fair. Though I am wondering, because I know you had 10 words now, so you didn't run out of words completely. You had 10 words. So where'd they go? How come you didn't add the descriptors back in if you wanted them in there? A blanket, she's still clinging on to her nostalgia. She was going to work on a project with it, make a bag that he could use the mason jars with. Gotcha. That might be something you lost words for, but I do think that having something in there about, you know, I haven't needed my baby blanket since I was 8, and then she says, you know, she's going to make something with it, or maybe she sets it next to sewing supplies, that instead of just putting it on the rocking chair, that we can tell that there's sewing supplies next to it, so we can go, aha, she's gonna make a project with this, kind of thing. Again, that is really cute, though. I was trying to figure out what you were saying, because I was expecting a little sibling reveal. I was like, sibling. It took me a while to get sibling, but now I feel like that should be a word for, like, Discord and Twitch subs. The little sibling. Yeah, and he says, agrees. Chicken in the woods, or chicken in the woods without dashes, definitely sounds like a feral chicken to me. Yes, me too. And I'm imagining a horror movie about a chicken. A headless chicken. And why is the idea of a feral chicken so funny to me? I mean, considering you wrote a story about a video game where the chicken was basically God, I'm not surprised that that's funny to you. Oh yeah, there are a lot of chickens in Hawaii. Subtle magic, even in practical magic, they're still referred to as spells, and it's still subtle. I'm kind of confused what you mean. Because it's like, what else would they be referred to that's not subtle? Like, you seem to be saying that, oh, like, they're referred to as spells as opposed to this other thing that's less subtle. But I can't think of anything else they'd be referred to that would be less subtle. It could just be a word choice thing, indeed. Oh, whoa. Okay, I totally did not get that. Documancer says, for example, planting poppies in the front of the house is still a spell. So tell me more about that, because, so, I guess there's a couple things to say about that. So, 1, that makes a lot more sense as to why you're thinking of that as subtle. 2, I would never guess that as a spell. You would have to be very direct and say, you know, like, you know, I don't know how you do it exactly, but you'd have to, like, talk about planting the poppies and have somebody refer to it as a spell, which I don't think is really necessary for this story, but if you were wanting to convey that, you would have to have an example of what they call a spell, because without an example, I'm assuming that spells are how I know of spells, that it's just, like, the magic. And then the other thing is, like, why would planting poppies be referred to as a spell? Like, that's cute, but, like, I feel like planting poppies could just be referred to as planting poppies. So why would that be called a spell? Mark says, I missed the unboxing. I'll have to check it out in the VOD. Yes, indeed. They're separated into 2 VODs now, so you should be able to find it pretty easily. Wearing blues for protection is a spell. Gotcha. Vibes. Thank you. I'm a vibes writer. Very fair. Oh, I see. I think I wrote 350 words and typoed. Gotcha. Scrubbing off your hands and the plants. Yes, yeah, if you had a line of, you know, Yeah, you could say he counted 4 mason jars of peppermint and then went to the sink to scrub off himself and the plants. That could help, for sure. I was trying to avoid plants. Fair. I mean, granted, like, if you look at this paragraph, no plants no plants in the first sentence, no plants here. It is peppermint here, not the word plants. And then no plants here. So I think you can say, plants. Even if you just said Mom's instructions were simple, or he counted 4 mason jars of peppermint, then went to the sink to scrub off himself and the plants. Mom's instructions were simple: work with clean hands when you're in the kitchen, clean up the bugs and dirt that may linger on the leaves, or on the stalks, because you do say leave right next to it, but on the stalks, and leave enough spoils for tea or spells. I think that could work. Oh no, the egg goblins. She's setting him on the counter so he can reach, and she's reminding him to wash his knees because, again, kids being kids. So, first of all, it's never said what he's reaching for, so that doesn't really work to say, like, she's setting him there to reach when we are not given that. But it's also, like, she scoops him onto the counter and then immediately says, "You got knees to clean." And "you got knees to clean" can mean 2 things. It means, "Hey, bud, clean up your knees." Or it means, "Never mind that, you got knees to clean." As in, I, as your mom, am going to clean up your knees. It can mean both things. But when you pair it with the immediate prior action of she scooped him onto the counter, it reads as, "I'm going to clean your knees." So I think taking out that action and just saying she set the blanket on the rocking chair, "Never mind that, you got knees to clean." Even, like, you could add she put her hands on her hips. I think that would make it more clear. Clean your knees, bud, not I am going to clean you, And then, of course, there's also the fact that he thinks that she's going to clean him in the sink. And so when you pair the action, and we don't have the action of him reaching up to anything, she says, "You got knees to clean." And then he says, "You're not going to bathe me in the sink." All those things together read as he is here to be bathed in the sink. So if that was not the intention, then A, like, taking out this action, B, taking out this, that would kind of be necessary to convey that. And adding why he's actually, or if you do have him on the counter, put in why he's actually there. Nice, coolish. I'm in possession of a mug of hot chocolate. One of the best possessions you can possess. I'm fine with you calling us your sublings. Amazing. Coolish. Chickens have a straight line to my funny bone. Amazing. Poppies by the door to ward off strangers. Yeah, that could work. Yes, poppies will make them sleep. Yeah. While he's planting a spell, poppies have a protected property. Gotcha. Yeah, so you could say something more like what Mako said. I don't know where you'd put it exactly, but yeah, a line like, poppies by the door to ward off strangers would help. Yeah, like a ward. That is really cute. I do really like that idea of subtle magic in the sense of, like, we are just planting poppies, but that has a magical effect. That has a magical ward. Look at that cute birdie in the not so private chat. He's like a little, he's Scrooge. Arith, I don't get what it is. Is that an animal or a fungus? It's a bird. It's a bird. It's a sploogey bird. Alrighty, Roo. This was very fun. Documancer, you really knocked my challenge out of the park and did a great job. Let us go on to Arith Winterfell. Going back by Arith Winterfell. 337 words. I stand in the doorway of a ruined old cabin in the forest of a backwater world that was once my home. This was my mother's home, but I didn't grow up here. I didn't think I'd come back here, honestly. To this whole damn planet, really. The kind of world where they burn psychically gifted women as witches, mostly to slake their own fears and their need for a scapegoat. They only found me after the fact, an infant too blameless to be blamed for their sins. So they raised me for a long time in another family to give me a good upbringing. Once I was old enough, I learned the truth, then figured out how to psychically world jump. I got off planet, and in time got a wider vision of the universe, and saw the diverse forms mankind spread out into, away from the parochial obsessions of the religious purists of my homeworld. But one day, I realized I needed to know my mother. The only way to do that was to go back, learn what I could, find what was left. So now I stand in this doorway, a cabin overgrown by the land and abandoned by the local village. The furniture is old now, broken down, half digested by the forest. On one table lie potted herbs whose life has broken out of their confines and overgrown the table. I could sense they'd been cared for with love. Amidst the scattered soil on the table was a sheet of paper, faded with time. It read, "My child, there isn't much time. They're coming soon. I need you to know how much I love you and how I'm always a part of you. I will use whatever power I can to protect you. Your gifts and life come from me, and I will never leave you. Look within, and I will be there, looking back." I cradle the paper to my heart, close my eyes, and dream of my mother's embrace. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Documancer has to go for a bit. Thanks for the advice and comments. You are welcome. I hope that they were helpful. So I don't know if I use it enough for people to remember why I use green, but I use green when I need to highlight something to remind myself to read it correctly. Because every time I read this as physically gifted. And I felt better because I had my dad read this one and he also read it as physically gifted. And so I don't know what it is about looking at the word there that even though it very clearly is the word psychically, it just ends up reading as physically. So I had to highlight it to remember psychically, but it was not anything that you did wrong. Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Magistrate Ironlung. Encore 2, Git. Awesome. Anyway, I really liked this story. I thought it was very beautiful and heartfelt. It also had vibes. The vibes were a little more somber and melancholy, but very much enjoyable. Okie dokie. So let me know if you had any questions that I missed. So let's see. Okay, I was like, I'm looking for a specific comment that I thought was the first comment, but I couldn't find it. It's this one. Okay, so I stand in the doorway of a ruined old cabin in the forest of a backwater world that was once my home. This is my mother's home, but I didn't grow up here. So it wasn't your home, you know? So basically it was where he was born, but I wouldn't call it his home, especially because home has a very specific connotation of this was a place that I lived and a place that like felt like home, like protection, like love. And so just saying this was once my house could work, or this is where I was born would work, but it feels a little odd to, it feels a little odd to say it was once my home, but it wasn't, you know, but it was my mother's home and I didn't ever live here. I guess maybe the point is he did live there, but it was so little that you can't really call it some psychic. Only psychic physic, only a COA really. Okay, that does make me feel better. There is also a P. There's a P and a COA. Or not P, an H. It's also funny. So I kind of like the backwater world thing, especially because like I've watched shows like Firefly, and like yeah, there are worlds in that's like you could call this whole world a backwater world. But at the same time, there's also a question of like, is the whole world really made up of hillbillies, or is it just these, random religious purists who are, sullying everything, kind of thing. Oh, I see. Arith says home in the first sentence refers to his planet he grew up in rather than the house. I guess in that case you'd need to specify, because this reads as like, backwater world that was once my home. This, okay, pronoun. Let's go back to the last subject. Last subject was the world, was my mother's home. So like it still reads as like my home, but not my home, even if it's the planet, I think because of the this. So I think saying this cabin, the backwater world that was my home, this cabin was my mother's home, I think that would work. I do like the moodiness about the planet. Like, I didn't think I'd be back here. This whole damn planet, really? This damn backwater planet. I do kind of like that. And then it's interesting that it's like, again, this very much reminds me of Firefly, because, yeah, in Firefly there is a world that they go to, and they do try to burn one of the characters as a witch. But it is very interesting to me that it's like, the whole world would have this certain worldview, that instead of it being like, oh yeah, there are random, like, weirdos on any world that might want to burn a psychic lady as a witch, as opposed to like, no, that world just kind of sucks. Like, the rest of us, like, we get what's going on there. That world, it's backwater. They burn people as witches. Don't go there, That's kind of fun and funny. And then I do like the psychic gifts kind of thing, that it's in a more sci-fi world where instead of it being magic, it's psychic gifts. That does make sense. It's like, okay, like, redo of the witch trials, that it's like, we getting some fantasy powers, and some people aren't gonna like that. Kind of fun. I do really like that phrasing of an infant too blameless to be blamed for their sins. Though I am kind of wondering what there means, if there is a gender neutral way to refer to the infant, because it almost sounds like it's saying an infant too blameless to be blamed for the witchfinder's sins, which I don't think is what you meant. But it's also like, it's a weird thing of like, if it's the infant's sins, like, too blameless to be blamed for the infant's own sins, it's like, well, especially if you're a religious purist, if there are sins, no matter who it is, the person who sinned is going to be blamed for them. So it does feel a little odd to say, like, oh, he had sins, but he can't be blamed for them. I feel like just leaving it at an infant too blameless to be blamed, I think would work better. That it's like, no, he's just an innocent, blameless infant. He can't be blamed for being her son, as opposed to being blamed for his sins, which do exist, kind of thing. And then I didn't read it right, so I apologize for that. But I do like that good upbringing, that it's like, oh yes, we are going to raise you to be a good Christian boy, to hate all the witches and the evil things. And then he realizes, oh crap, like, my mom was a witch and I don't think I agree with this. I don't think that's good at all, even though they call it good. So I like that. So I learned the truth. I feel like this is just a little bit too vague, because I'm kind of assuming it means, like, I learned the truth that I was a witch's son, or I learned the truth that good upbringing, not so good. But it's kind of hard to tell, and the fact that it is combined with, once I learned the truth, then figured out how to cyclically world jump, seems like they're connected. And so it seems more like it's I learned the truth that I have psychic powers. But it's really hard to tell what it's referring to, which then makes this later line of, one day I realized I needed to know my mother not work as well because I learned the truth could include his mother, especially regarding, like, if it did help him psychically world jump, well, shouldn't he learn at that point that his mom had psychic powers and that's why he has psychic powers? And so, what do you mean? Like, you needed to know your mother? I thought you learned the truth, kind of thing. So, and like this would add words, but something like, describing how he knew of his mother, but like he actually wanted to go to the place where she lived, where they lived, kind of thing would maybe help. Yeah, so I guess maybe you could say, like, one day I realized I needed to go to where I was born. I needed to go to my original home. Instead of I needed to know my mother might work better. Or, specifying what he did learn so we know that what he did learn doesn't have to do with his mother. Those things could be good. And then also, this is kind of fun. So, once I was old enough, I learned the truth and figured out how to psychically world jump. That's very powerful and very cool, and so I do really like the idea of that power. And to be honest, I realized when I read that my character basically has that power, and I was like, now that you put it that way, that's way more powerful than I realized, and I need to think about some things, which is fun when your story makes another person think about their own story differently. So I do really like the idea of that power, but there is something that's, I think, unintentionally humorous about, like, oh yes, I was old enough, I learned the truth, and then I figured out how to physically world jump. It's like, yes, I went through puberty, I learned how to teleport, as you do. Standard puberty stuff, I remember learning how to teleport, that kind of thing. So, I don't know if it's a huge, like, thing to critique or anything, but I do feel like maybe adding more of a transition from learn the truth to psychically world jump, that could also help the learn the truth thing, that maybe saying, like, I learned the truth that my mother, was a psychic, powerful, I don't know what you call her if she's not a witch, but a psychic user. And then I figured out how to use my own powers to the extent where one day I could psychically world jump. I think that could potentially work better. I'm also wondering, because psychically world jump sounds like you're astral projecting. Sounds like you are projecting your psyche, your consciousness, to another world. I don't think that's the intention, though, because it very much seems like he is physically there. So I am curious about that. And then, so I have mixed feelings on this line here. So there is something going on behind the scenes of this paragraph that I really like, but I think it just needs to be brought to the front a little bit more. Because I think what's going on here is that it's like, okay, the witch finders, they killed my mom. Then they found me afterwards and were like, okay, I don't think that he deserves to die because he's the son of a witch. Let's grab him. We'll make sure he has a good upbringing. We'll bring him up within the church, and we'll make sure that he knows that witches are bad, and it'll be okay. Kind of thing. And then, like, he slowly learns that the things that they taught him are lies, or that they aren't the full truth. Kind of thing. That it's like he learns, oh, like, my mom was actually a witch. Witches don't deserve to die. Witches aren't so bad. They don't deserve to die. I have powers too. Like I said, there's a ton of things he could have learned there. But basically, like, something that's going on there is that I'm wanting to say, like, deprogrammization, but I think that's too strong of a word. But it's like realizing, like, there's not just an element of I know who my mom was. There's not just an element of I'm learning what my powers are. There's also an element of I was brought up in a certain religion, and I realized that this religion, I don't believe in it anymore. However, that part is the way that it's brought up. So, like, saying, like, I got a planet and in time got a wider vision of the universe, so the diverse forms mankind is spread into, away from the parochial obsessions of the religious purists of my home world. That comes off a little too strong for me, because instead of reading like, oh, I realized that I do not believe in the religion I was brought up in, and like I realized they told me lots of lies and stuff. Instead, it reads more as like, yes, like I went out into the world, and then by the way, religion sucks. That it reads more general than that. It reads more like, oh, stupid parochial obsessions of religious purists, kind of thing, as opposed to like, hey, I grew up in this religion with this good upbringing. I realized I have a lot of problems with it. I realized that this is not for me. This hurt my mother. This killed my mother. I ain't really cool with that. I don't really believe in that. And so I wish I had come up with like an exact phrasing for you, but I think that there's a way that you could phrase this that would be more personal, of like, I realized, crap, like this religion I've been brought up in, like, has hurt a lot of people, and I don't believe in it. Not that exact phrasing, but there's a way that I think you could phrase it that would be clear about that, as opposed to seeming like it's making an overarching political statement of like, religion sucks, guys. Anyways, back to the story, kind of thing. But I do like that image of like him learning how to world jump, and then seeing the universe, going to different planets, and seeing the universe and how there is more to the world than his upbringing. I do really like that idea. Yep, and then I really like that little description. I think that works very well, and I quite like especially a cabin overgrown by the land and abandoned by the local village. I like those verbs of overgrown by this, abandoned by this. I like that a lot. I really like the half digested by the forest. That's my favorite line in the piece. Like I can totally imagine that. That is so evocative and cool. Love that. I think I'll come back to this one. But yeah, I really like this description as well. Like, I think that's great. And this is cool because I don't know if you were intending to do my challenge, but I do think my challenge had a lot to do with setting and stuff like that. And so I think that you did it, but instead of it being a like happy cozy fantasy, it was more of a sad cozy fantasy, that like there is like this coziness to it, but it's lost. That the mother is gone. The person who would, live in this and make it cozy and warm is gone. And so we're left with this cozy and warm place without, the fire in it. I think is really cool. So my biggest critique for this piece has to do with this letter. So I'll first say I really like what you're going for here, and like it was actually the second time I read it that I was tearing up when I got to the end. I think it's really powerful. So I very much like the messages and what you're going for here. However, this is one of those things where it becomes a bit difficult to suspend disbelief, because in a place that is half digested by the forest, especially because herbs have overgrown the table, that paper is going to be mulch by now. That paper would not survive. So that's one thing that's kind of hard to suspend disbelief on. But the other thing is that I feel like somebody, like, as death is on the horizon, it feels odd that this is what they would write. And that's not to say it's completely impossible. Like, yes, they might be very much thinking about their child and being like, I am going to write something for my future child to see. But especially because, like, she knows that the witch killers are going to kill her. You could kind of deduce that they're probably going to destroy that anyways. So it feels a little odd that that's what she would do in her final moments. So, the thing is, though, I think that there are ways that you could have done this that would work better and potentially even pack a even harder emotional gut punch. So one potential option is that she left a psychic message. Because, like, I don't know if she'd know at that point that he had psychic powers, but either knowing that he has those powers or hoping that he will, then she could leave a message at their house. It could even be something that she didn't intend to leave, that in her final moments that it is just she is filled with love for him, that just creates this psychic message in the house, that basically gets activated when he comes there. And that's not something that would fade with time. That's just like, here's the little psychic time capsule that was left there, that only he can access. I think that could be really cool and work really well. Another thing that could work better is if it's a diary, that I think a diary would hold up better than a piece of paper on the table. So if he just is going through the bookshelf and he finds this and he opens it up and it is her diary, then I think that could work. It could just be like her last entry, where she is, and it's that could be something that's not even addressed to him, that it could be like, I'm thinking about my son and how much I love him, kind of thing. You could still get that from the diary. Another thing that I think could be really cool is that perhaps that she wrote something down for him. I don't know how old he was, but I think you said infant. That maybe she wrote something down for him otherwise. That, granted, this doesn't work as well with an infant as it would with, someone who can, read. But if she had already written down, message for when you get lonely, or something like that, and this was not something that she wrote in her final moments, not something she wrote because she knew she was going to die, just something that she wrote for him. I guess that is something she could write for the future, that she could be like, I'm gonna, write this gift, to him for the future. And then when he's old enough to read, I'll show it to him. And here's what you do, son, when you get lonely. And then he finds it as an adult. Like, she didn't even intend it for his adult self, but he finds it. Like, ooh, I think that would be really good. I think that one wouldn't just get tearing up. I think that one would get full on tears, if she just wrote something like that. Man, while I was reading, I had another idea for another way that could work. And of course, now I'm not remembering what it was. So let me think for a second. Man, I'm not sure. But anyway, so you could have I think there are ways that you can do exactly this. I don't think you have, well, not exactly this, but I think there are ways that you can basically have this, be it a letter or something else, that are ways that don't fade with time or don't fade as easily, or that seem more natural as something that she would have done, as opposed to her writing this in her last moments, if that makes sense. But all that being said, I do really like what is said and the message of it. And this last line is really a gut punch, that it's not just like, oh, I cradle the paper to my heart. Like, that would be beautiful and sad already. But the fact that he's holding the paper and, imagining his mom hugging him, that, the paper is like his mom in that moment. I'm honestly tearing up just talking about it. That is an amazing image. That's very well done. I had more critiques for the story than I thought I did, but I really liked this story. I really liked the vibes of it, and the fact that just these melancholy vibes of, I need to go home and see where I came from. And then finding love, in this ruin, and it's knowing that you grew up with the wrong crowd and you don't like them, and then seeing even more evidence, my mom loved me. That's so heartbreaking. I remember what it was. If he has psychic powers, maybe that means that he has some power over memory. And so, he was an infant, so he probably doesn't remember. But maybe when he walks into the house, it activates his psychic powers, and he remembers his mom caring for him as an infant. And just like the things that she said to him as she's like playing with him, like that also probably would have got genuine down the cheeks tears from me. So I think that one could work as well. You'd have to be clear that like his psychic powers were activating somehow, but that one definitely could have worked as well. But yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. I see, I should change the this. Good to know. This backwater was my home world. Well, that sounds like his home was in water. I don't think that's correct. It was the witchfinder's sins of burning his mother to death. The child is too blameless to be condemned by the witch hunters. I'm confused. So, an infant too blameless to be blamed for their sins. So, an infant too blameless to be blamed for the witchfinder's sins of burning the mother to death. But why would he be blamed for that? Like, he didn't do that. He had no part in that. So, why would he be blamed for that? I learned the truth. Learns he's the witch's son, which then got him to push further into trying to understand his inherent powers. Knowing his mom was a result of seeing the wider universe made him long to know who his mom really was at an emotional level. Okay, so I was starting to wonder this as I was talking, and it seems like you're confirming that it's like, okay, I was brought up thinking witches are bad. I learned my mom was a witch. That makes me think, okay, my mom became who she was by exploring the world. You know what? I think I'm going to try and explain the world. And it's explore the world. And so it's not so much a, the world is, it's not a, oh, she's good and the people who raised me are evil just yet. It's okay. My mom was a witch. I have powers. These are just like objective facts. Don't know how I feel about that. And then he explores the world and is like, I'm not really into what the people raised me taught me. Not really cool with that. And then he's like, okay, but I still don't know if my mom was a good person. I still don't know if she loved me. And so then he gets there and he realizes she did. That is a really good emotional gut punch. But unfortunately that got lost because of how vague I learned the truth was, because I very easily could take that as I learned that my mom was a witch, I learned that she was great and awesome, and the people who raised me suck. All of that can be included in the vague phrasing of I learned the truth. And so I didn't really get to the idea of, okay, I learned that objectively, like, neutral fact, well, maybe neutral to negative fact at the time for him, my mom was a witch. And then he's like, but I don't know what she's like on an emotional level, I need to figure that out. I love that. So I feel like, you know, and granted, it was 337 words, so you did have some words. So maybe, you know, talking about that and going, I learned my mother was a witch, and decided to explore my powers, and maybe somehow explicitly saying, like, you know, I learned my mother was a witch. I didn't know how I felt about that. I was raised thinking witches are evil. But I decided to explore my powers and the world, and, you know, I learned that, you know, the ideals that they taught me were wrong. And then I realized I needed to know my mother, and then something about, like, maybe you could explicitly say, I realized I needed to know my mother on an emotional level, and you could add something directly of, like, I needed to know, did she love me? Did she care about me? Was she a good person? You could even add those types of questions in there directly, so that we're going, aha, okay, so he's wondering what kind of person she was if she loved him. And so then that would make that final letter a much bigger gut punch than it already was. Cool, I mean, Kaylee think about her own stories. Glad I could help. Yep, it is not an astral projection. Cool. So I'm curious. I am curious about that. Then how is that a psychic power? If it is not of the psyche, it is of the body. Parochial obsessions. Yeah, I really think about how to change that section. Thank you for the feedback there. Fair. Have to just did by the forest. Have to give credit where due. I watched a video about forest and folklore called "How the Forest Digests You." It inspired me to write that. That's great. I feel like that title sounds like more of a spooky title, but the way you did it was more of like a beautiful poetic title. So I think you made it your own. How the Forest Digests You is a great prompt. They pondered the option of a psychic echo for emotional feelings from the stress of that moment. Aha, so it was already an option. Like an emotion so powerful it left an impression. Yeah, exactly. Or your main character could have psychometry. What's that? What are you crying at? How to stave off loneliness thing? I don't know enough about Sephiroth to know. Arith says, I'm glad the story was successful in carrying out that emotional impact, for sure. See, that's the thing, like, the story already has emotional impact, and everything I'm saying is just to add more. And so it's just like, your story already puts the tears in your audience's eyes, but my suggestions are trying to get them to fall down their cheeks. I love that. I feel like that should really be the summary of what I do here. Oh yeah, your story is great. It puts the tears in people's eyes. My advice is how to get the tears down their cheeks. Psychic ghosts, memory ghosts, like force ghosts or a psychic recording. Mm-hmm. Good, I should expand the part of I learned the truth. Mm-hmm. Like a psychic echo or recording. Well, if it was something unintentional, I feel like they would be like, I don't know, less of a recording and more of a, just, like you said, like an impression of, like, the emotion is so strong that it lingers there. And it is, like somebody was saying Ghosts before, that it reminds me of the end of Crimson Peak. And I'm not going to remember exactly how she says it, but she makes, like, a speech about ghosts and talks about how, like, some are tied to, well, you know what, let me, it's probably not going to be hard to find, so let me see if I can quick find that quote. Well, IMDb wants to give me a whole list. Let's see if the list is in there. Ooh, okay. So yes, it was the first thing that came up. Okay. Ghosts are real. This much I know. There are things that tie them to a place, very much like they do us. Some remain tethered to a patch of land, a time and date, the spilling of blood, a terrible crime. But there are others that hold on to an emotion, a drive, loss, revenge, or love. And those never go away. So it very much makes me think of that, but a bit less literal. So it's not so much of like, there's an actual ghost of his mom here, and more of like, there was an emotion here that was so strong that the emotion got stamped on the place, kind of thing. Psychic record labels. Psychic music is an underdeveloped idea. For sure. Psychometry is a type of extrasensory perception that involves gaining information about an object by touching it. Gotcha. The ability to see visions of the past. Yeah. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our little lives are run by sleep. Yes. Alrighty. Puberty's weird, you know. Your body's changing, hair starts growing places. You get stuck in the walls and all the time. Exactly. You get stuck between worlds sometimes. It happens. Alright. This is a great story, Arith. Very much enjoyed it. Okie dokie. It is time for the midstream question. So I think I pinned something. Okay, so we have two options here. One was kind of answered last week, but we could revisit it. So one of them is, what is the single most important trait or hallmark of a good story? The other is, I know that self-inserts aren't inherently bad, it's just that they're badly executed. But what are the problems of self-inserts not used properly? So which one of those are you interested in answering? Or can you come up with one more similar to, more related to what we're talking about today? Could be maybe something about the whole like historical accuracy thing. I mean, I guess I kind of already asked that question of like what's more important, accuracy or reader understanding, and you guys pretty much answered it. But yeah. So what do you like? Help! I'm in the shrimp world. Marx kind of likes the self-insert one. All right, we have a vote for the self-insert question. Any other votes? Cast them now. Else I'm going with Marx's vote.
Too cute.
I'll give you a minute. I'll give you until the clock ticks 25. Okay, Arith says go with the self-insert one. Well, now I said I'd go until it clicks, so maybe I still should.
Oh, kitty. Look at this cute kitty.
Oh, you can't see him. Here, can I move it enough to see? I can't tell if you can see it, but oh, her little foot has been hanging off the side, and it keeps hitting my knees. Okay, Maiko says self-insert. Sounds interesting. All right, there we go, and it ticks 25. Okay, I've kept my word. Okay. Don't let me forget to actually show you guys this, because I realize you're behind the you're behind the moth. Okay. Okay, so self-inserts... Oops, wait, go away. Self-inserts aren't inherently bad, it's just that they are badly executed. But what are the problems of self-inserts not used properly? Submitted by Galler. Okay, I will leave you guys to it and put on some tunes and have my snacks. See you in a bit. Okay, so I tried to do a thing. And I think there's too many things in my things, so you might not be able to see all the things. But, well, you can see some of them. It's better than I thought. But yeah, I tried to... Oh, you can't see the bottom rows. How much can I lift it up? Just trying to show all the creatures. All of them together. I don't know why, I just realized it has like function and auto and stuff on it, and I don't know why. Dang it. Would this work? Well, there's a button that says disp bat info, and it didn't change anything when I hit it. So I guess maybe we just have to deal with the fact that it has that stuff around it. But yes. Ah! Oh no, it got yanked. There is all the plushies in their double forms scattered about. Thanks, guys. Glad you like them. But yeah, you can watch me open them and get a better look at them in the VOD. But at least there's a picture of all of them together. Aw, I confess I'm rather enthralled by the happy plushy pumpkin. Do you mean this one? Sounds like if Arith submits a Halloween story and wins that's the one you'll be asking for. Yes, that was the one. Awesome. Oh, I should turn up my mic and put down my chair. Okie dokie. I think I'll look at your answers first and then say my potential answer after that. Okie dokie. Massa in the not-so-private chat says, I think the worst problem of self-inserts is that they're used a lot of times as wish fulfillment, especially the self-insert as a Mary Sue character. This is probably the one reason the self-insert stories get blasted so often. I really have nothing more to say about that. Very fair. And that goes back to what we were saying last week, which I forget who said it, but I think is really insightful, that it's a wish fulfillment. And if it's a wish fulfillment of both the author and the audience have, then that works, because the audience will want to read your piece, because they're like, I have this wish, I would like it fulfilled too. But if the audience isn't feeling that wish fulfillment or isn't feeling that catharsis, then it doesn't work, and then it feels very obvious that the author is there and it's the author's wish fulfillment.
Kitty.
Wolf says, have you ever asked someone to describe you and they list some attributes? Here, cat.
Kitty wants to
join the plushy army.
Oh, you're so cute. Yes, you are.
Have you ever asked someone to describe you, and as they list attributes, some of them catch you off guard? I think that's one of the main problems with the self-insert, the inability to disconnect from the self. We have a neutral want to portray ourselves in the best ways possible, so we exaggerate our strengths, or what we want our strength to be, and minimize our weaknesses. We don't take into account what others would call our key characteristics. I think that's a big part of it. The other part is wish fulfillment, as I'm sure many will mention. Well, it's not inherently bad, like imagining I'm a superhero. I like imagining I'm a superhero too. So the character doesn't feel like they earn things. Oh, you're the self-insert here. Have the most powerful weapon, the most beautiful woman, and the adoration of every single character in the universe without having to fight for any of it. Doesn't work because the audience can see the author's hand. Now, if the self-insert gets the most powerful weapon because he put in the time and resources, that's different. He earned it through hard work. Side note, that doesn't pertain to the question. You'll notice that in Western storytelling, we usually have training or research happen off-screen via montage. Or in Eastern storytelling, the training and research is given a lot more focus. It's a fun little side note. That is interesting. I really like that answer. Both parts of that answer are really great. That when you have someone describe you, then some qualities might catch you off guard. And that could be for positive or negative. That if you view yourself in a negative light, they might say positive things that you didn't think of. And if you think of yourself very highly, then it might be negative traits that you don't really think of. But in general, we're probably going to want to portray ourselves in a positive light. And so if we do that, then the character can easily become a Mary Sue, who is just the best at everything because they're Mary. And
Hey, Kev. Yeah.
Here, let me try it with the other one too.
Let me try it with the other one, too. Yes, baby. Here, what if I put you here? What if I put you next to me? Will you stay? Will that kitty stay?
Did you see the tail go by? The belly tail.
Oh, kitty cats. Oh, kitty cats.
Yeah, so if the character is treated as they're the best, most amazing person ever and they have no flaws and never have to work for anything, then yeah, that doesn't... Whoa! Cats! Oh no! I'm shocked. Is everything okay? She stepped cleanly on the keyboard, but I didn't see anything happen.
Is everything okay?
But, so, okay, we're fine, good. But yeah, like with any character, if they are given like a power that they don't have to work for, or more so, like lots of characters are given a power they don't have to work for, but if like they solve every problem without having to work for that victory, then with any character that's not going to feel good. And self-inserts, I think, just tend to be a breeding ground for that kind of character.
Baby.
No, so self-insert for wish fulfillment. Self-insert so your main character can try to kill you for making your life horrible. Yes, totally. I very much relate to that, but I think I'll come back to that after reading some more answers. Here it says, IRL never actually asked someone to describe me. I'm rather too afraid to know the negative attributes they'd ascribe to me. That it just depressed me, really, so I don't know what to make of that. Aww. I mean, I think that's kind of the thing, right? That, like, if you're on one side or the other, that, of course, I don't know for sure how, like, people IRL might describe you, but I think in general, like I said, if you view yourself as a god among men, it's the best person ever, then you are going to get knocked down. But if you view yourself as the most horrible person ever who belongs in the dirt, people are probably going to describe you in positive ways that you aren't expecting. Yeah, Wolf says, honestly, the ones that have surprised me are more positive traits.
Cat. Kitty boo. Kitty baby.
Uh-oh. Okay. She was almost on the power button. Yes, you may go hang out with the plushies. I am fine with you sleeping on those. Just not my computer. I don't know how we started talking about a Ditto song. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, I think people are generally bad at self-perception and self-awareness in my experience. And that's a great point, that it's like, we're just bad at perceiving ourselves in general, whether we view ourselves too positively, too negatively, or it's just more neutral, that it's like, neutrally, I think I'm like this, but neutrally, I am actually described a different way. Very true. Yeah, to some extent, we need other people to tell us from time to time, hey, you're being a dumbass. That's kind of why, like, the Am I the Asshole subreddits exist, right? That, like, people are like, do I need to be told that I'm the asshole today? I can take it. You know, sometimes they can't take it, but... alright, I can try and see if... Yeah, it's just the plushies, but I can leave that on and see if she... Well, there she is. Yeah, you can see her licking her paw.
Whoa. Bubble baby.
Massa. I'm worried about the self-insert one, having done that with some stories. Very fair. That's a good point. Yeah, feel free to nice to submit that world building question, Wolf. Mark says, so I think the self-inserting is going to happen at some extent by default. We usually have some aspect of ourselves in the characters we write, but it can be hard to see our own flaws sometimes or create our ideal selves, which can lead to Mary Sue characters, which is always bad. Yeah, that is a great point as well, that it's like, there's always going to be at least some of you in the character, but there is a question of if you're gonna put too much of yourself in and then not see your own flaws and stuff. Decoy says, yeah, I'd say the problem is when it becomes wish fulfillment and all the other characters warp around the self-insert to show them off in the best light. That's a great point, that instead of the other characters feeling like real people, they feel like puppets that are melded to the self-insert. D&D has an issue sometimes where the GM adds a GMPC and they try to play both sides of the table. I'm sure it can be done right, but there's lots of horror stories where the GM makes their own character more special than the player characters and takes the shine off them. Interesting. Mega says, this question is hard for me because I never really felt like inserting myself into a world. Rather, I'd imagine some sort of overpowered character coming in to bring justice to the story, or vengeance, but sometimes I was able to tame it down to a character that could reasonably, for the world, interact with it and do things I'd like to see done. That also led to me realizing that as a writer, even a fanfic, I could just make the world a little different, have the characters think a little different to get the results, the story I wanted, so I've never written a self-insert or felt I needed one. Potential for fourth wall breaking excluded. Interesting. Well, I guess that's because you're saying you never added a self-insert, but you're saying you'd imagine some sort of overpowered character bringing justice. So are you saying, like, you're now realizing that the overpowered character was a self-insert, or was you as the author coming in and solving the problem? Or are you saying, no, like, that was unrelated to any of that? That was not a self-insert thing at all. Thank you for the cheer, Arith. Yeah, highlighting your replies can be good. Norman says, this has become my default answer to all writing questions, but the writer must always be invisible. To some extent, you'll always be rubbing off on your characters. It's whether or not the illusion gets broken that matters. If a character stops feeling like a real person, starts feeling like a puppet being pulled by the author's strings. Yeah, that's a great point, and kind of related to what we were talking about earlier of, like, okay, reader understanding more important than accuracy, but too much accuracy can pull the reader out, too little accuracy can pull the reader out. And this is kind of a similar answer of, like, yeah, you're gonna be in there. Like, no matter what, you're gonna be in your characters. But are you in your characters so much that it's distracting and like it doesn't feel like a story? They don't feel like real people or even real characters. They just feel like that's you, you know. Then that's an issue. Mako saying I deliberately didn't. I'm guessing you're meaning like I deliberately didn't put a self-insert in there. or of highlighting your response. What? Oh, you must have heard something while I was putting the plushies down. I don't know what the sound was. It might have been the cord rubbing against the mic, or the plushies, or the boxes rubbing against the mic.
Meow, yeah. It's a baby. It's a baby.
No catastrophes. Yeah. Thank you for the subscription, Mako Cam. Hyperversary. Yeah, you're so focused on it. Look at me! Look at me!
Baby cutie.
More like a Deus Ex Machina character, so instead of a self-insert, it's like, here's the Deus Ex Machina. Yeah, which is the whole problem with a Deus Ex Machina. It's the writer deciding the characters get miraculously saved because I want it. It's not subtle. And it goes back to the feeling like it's earned thing, where it's like the same issue of like, if you have a character who never has to earn anything, never has to work for anything, that's not going to be interesting to read. And a similar thing for the Deus Ex Machina thing, like we want to see the characters clean up their own messes, or you want to see them figure out how to solve the mystery, or you know, put in the hard work to fight the battle and stuff like that. We don't want to see God come down and fix all the problems generally. And of course, as always, like there are ways to do these tropes that work, but in general they're told to stay away from because of that. But it's funny because as I was talking about that, I was thinking of Sherlock and Moriarty, that there's a scene in which... Oh, cat.
Oh, kitty. Oh, baby. Oh, baby cat. Oh, baby cat.
She went over there to where all the boxes are and was like rubbing on them and stuff, and then tried to walk backwards across the keyboard. It's like, you can barely walk forwards across it properly. You can't walk backwards across it. But I was just thinking about how Sherlock and Moriarty, there's like a scene where he is offered the answers on a silver platter, and he chooses not to, and he's basically like, don't you know who I am? Like, I want to solve the mystery. I don't want, you to give me the answers. That's no fun. And I feel like readers are a lot like that too, but in a different way, which is like, I want to watch the characters solve the mystery. I don't want a mystery man to walk out of the shadows and hand them the paper with all the answers. I want to watch them solve it for themselves. And then by extension, I want to try and solve it as I'm like reading the story, kind of thing. The little leggy wiggles, yes. Norman says, I'm writing a love story where the two characters go from enemies to frenemies to friends to lovers. I absolutely can't rush that progression, even though I, as a writer, control their fate, because that scenario just wouldn't happen quickly or easily in real life. Love isn't a predestined thing. It sneaks up on people, catching them when they aren't trying to force it to happen. I want my characters to fall in love, but it has to feel natural, and that requires a slow, subtle progression. Very true, very true. Exactly. That's kind of the thing that you as the writer might be like, I want them together now. I want them to kiss, the action figure thing. But you're like, nope, like that's not realistic or natural to the story. I need to slow it down. I can't just come down and smoosh their faces together as the author, because that doesn't feel, that also doesn't feel earned, even though it's a different topic. Wolf, I remember one Am I the Asshole story about wedding shenanigans. You remember one? They're almost all about wedding shenanigans. Opie was the drama llama who tried to make it seem like she got uninvited because she asked about the wedding cake flavor, when in actuality she was just a snobby rich, my way the highway girl. Yep, that happens quite a bit. The thing about Am I the Asshole is that either you're gonna get a ton of comfort and be like, okay, this is the kind of person who is very humble and is thinking about what they're saying and genuinely wondering if they are, perhaps even to too much of an extent, and people are gonna be like, no, you're very clearly not, and they're gonna give you comfort. But then the other side is people who don't think they could be assholes at all, and they're like, I could never be that in this situation, and then everyone's like, oh, you absolutely were. Nice. That's neat. Documancer. But yeah, something, I can't remember if I talked about this last week. I don't think I did. But, I don't know if this counts as a self-insert, but this is kind of a different, I just remembered there was something on Arith's story I wanted to ask and forgot to. But anyways, so, for me, how do I describe this exactly? It goes back to the meme that Massa posted, self-insert for wish fulfillment. Self-insert so that your main character can try to kill you for making her life horrible. I resonate much more with that for me, I don't write a self-insert in the sense of this character's me and I'm the best, so they're the best. I write it in terms of I don't know how to deal with my problems in real life, so here you go. Here you go, character. Take my problems. So I don't know if anybody else ever does that, but it makes writing therapy kind of in a way. And of course, going to actual therapy is a better idea that you should absolutely do, and doing that helps, for sure. But yeah, so I tend to put myself and my characters in that way of take my problems, characters. I guess I should also ask, while we're talking about Am I the Asshole, I really they're very, yes, I'm aware, they're very low effort, YouTube videos, but I actually quite like when YouTubers go over Am I the Asshole posts and talk about their opinions on them. And so I've been thinking about doing that myself, but that's not something I've never done anything close to that. So I don't know if you guys would enjoy that, but I have been periodically saving Am I the Asshole posts that I think are particularly interesting, in the sense of generally I save posts that are either really interesting stories or they're ones where the answer is fuzzy, where it's I could see them being the asshole, I could see them not being the asshole, and it feels like that provides an interesting discussion. I think some of the other ones I might have saved might be ones where I disagree with the general ruling in the comments. But yeah, so I've been saving some of those for a potential video to go over those. So I'm curious, would you guys enjoy a stream, just going over some of those?
Meow. Is that a yes from Bella? Bella. Kitty, kitty. Kitty pie.
Oh man, I don't know that I can show her because the camera is so, the camera's all difficult to move and remove and stuff like that. But she's being weird. She's looking at the corner. Documancer. I love Am I the Asshole, especially when they aren't the asshole and just need reassurance. Yeah, very fair. I do tend to enjoy those posts a bit more too. Norman, I've read a few of those gray area posts that have driven me mad for days. I had to step away from Reddit after a while because I was getting heated over internet arguments. Very fair. Well, that's part of why, like, I don't know if my logic is faulty, but that's part of why I think those would be kind of the most fun to go over in, like, a stream, because the ones where it's clear cut, everyone's just gonna be like, yeah, clearly not the asshole, or clearly the asshole, move on. But the ones where it's like an actual discussion, we can discuss together and try to, like, come to a conclusion together. And I kind of go to the comments of dumpster fires because they're gold statements that can be saved for sassy characters. Amazing. Magistrate Arling Ryan in Ridge Cloud tends to be the extension of my own autistic tendencies. Interesting. Problems? What problems? I don't have problems. Cathartic reading writing is a thing, indeed. Well, I guess it kind of comes back to what we were talking about before of, like, as long as the reader experiences the catharsis too, then it works. But if they don't, that's might be an issue. But anywho, let us go on to our general submissions. Somebody tag the Boople if the Boople is not already here. Baby Boo, why are you looking in the corner? So am I correct in thinking we just have Boople and GJ's stories unlocked? Has anything else been unlocked? Boople splats onto the scene. Amazing. You have learned how to splooge. Yeah, she's making me feel that way. Boople boop. That's great. Also, well, I guess I'll talk about that afterwards. Also, I think Arith was asking me to actually say the question. It was more of a question for the chat, but I'll still ask because I think a lot of people who were there are still here, which is that I was going to ask, do you think that the sci-fi elements added or detracted from that story? Because on the one hand, I think they added because they made the story more interesting and unique, that it's not just a normal witch from the village over. It is like the witch from a planet over, and we can psychically jump and stuff like that. But at the same time, without, having the last bit be a psychic message, it's not really necessary to have it be a sci-fi story. And those things could potentially detract, like, referencing him world jumping, referencing the whole world, is a redneck town, basically. So did you think those things added, detracted, or were neutral? Indeed. Okay, it says it's just the 2 unlocked, but it is the end of the month. Gotcha. Wolf says, I think they added, then again, psychics are my favorite sci-fi element. Ah, your favorite. Interesting. So you guys can feel free to answer that as I read Boople's story. I don't know if you heard that. It was just a little meow. Alright. The Visitor by Boople. 340 words. Deep in the forest, under the shifting shade of great old trees, rests a cabin with a crow. Sunrise had come and gone, leaving behind a morning fog that hugged the wooden walls. Just as its hazy windows caught the sun's golden rise, so too now did it gently light the old cabin with what blue sky snuck past the crown of leaves. It was as calm a morning as ever, and our little crow lay nestled in the paper nest, dreaming their little dreams. Many new stories have been forming in the little crow's mind as of late. Tales of family, of loss, of legacies and reunion. It had been a wonderful and quiet past few nights here in the cabin, so it was no surprise that a sound as simple as a door being opened awoke the little crow. Hello? The rotted old timber of the cabin didn't allow for an echo. Excuse me, is anyone... The little crow saw a man dressed in all black turn the corner into the office as they locked eyes. The man looked as if he had intruded upon the crow and was silently asking permission to enter. You wouldn't happen to be a familiar, would you? The words were said in a cautious tone, but there was a note of desperate hope that couldn't be hidden. The man got his answer, as our little crow didn't respond. He stood less timidly now in the doorway to the office of trinkets, but his shoulders were slumped and his brow furrowed. The man then stepped in, awash with an expression of nostalgia and loss with each and every fermented mason jar he passed. The little crow then looked behind his visitor and saw two shadows. One, of course, belonged to the man, but the other, the one belonging to no one, had upon its head a quite large and pointed hat. As the leaves shifted the shadows, it seemed to embrace the visitor, whispering into the wind 4 words before melting away. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
I want to show her, though. She's so cute. I mean, they both are.
I can show them both if I...
So maybe I have to give in and do it anyways.
Please don't make me push another button. There they are. There's one, and there's the other one. I wanted to show her looking in the corner, but now she's looking at me.
There's 2 kitty cats.
I was gonna say maybe I can put it on the edge, but I'm nervous. I can try and leave it there. Hold it there. Oh, righty-roo. Wonderful to see a continuation of the Crow saga. I was so glad to see this because it was... I think Boople was the one who suggested that challenge of the Cozy Fantasy challenge. But even if not, it was suggested because of his stories. I know that much. So it was wonderful that on the actual challenge, based on your stories, you were able to write another sequel. Write what I'm now calling a threequel. Oh yeah, there's the comments. Okay. So let's begin. Your description is wonderful and adorable as always, and I do like the change of it's now about family loss, legacies, and reunion. So knowing the other story, then I know that the witch is now writing about wanting to reunite with her son, which is a really cool thing if you've read the second story, the second installment of the trilogy. That is something I was going to ask, is that if you have not read the other Little Crow stories, how did the story read? How much sense did it make to you? So I did like that. This is interesting because the description's very good. Like this description on all these stories has been very good. But because this is the third installment, it does kind of feel like a bit like we've heard the description before, and so I'm kind of wanting more words to be devoted to more of the new stuff. But I'm curious if that's something that other people feel or not, especially if this is the first time you're reading this story. If you're like, no, that's very necessary, I would not take any of the description out. But I thought that was rather interesting. That, yeah. I really like fog hugged the wooden walls. That's a great verb for that. And especially because it's very, like, familial. It's not, like, the creepiness of, the fog wafting over it, or creeping in or getting in through the cracks. It's hugging, there's a coziness, a gentleness to that I really like. I feel like this one maybe got a little wordy. So just as its hazy windows had caught the sun's golden rise, so too now did it gently light the old cabin with what blue sky snuck past the crown of leaves. I think just as its hazy windows had caught the sun's golden rise, so too now did it gently light the old cabin. I think that would be a bit better, and then maybe the next sentence could talk about the blue sky sneaking past the crown of leaves, but that's a bit nitpicky. And then, of course, love learning that the witch has a son. I mean, I'm sure the witch only has a son because of the prompt. But I love that the son comes to the cabin looking for his mother who has passed on. And I love the, like, hope and desperation underlying everything. That, he really wants to see her again, really wants her to still be around, wants him to be a familiar, but, isn't sure he can or should hope, and we know that she's gone, kind of thing. Well, if we've read the other stories. I like that a lot. I do really like the question of, you wouldn't happen to be a familiar, would you? Especially with that. The words were said in a cautious tone, but there was a note of desperate hope that couldn't be hidden. That's really cool. That it's this idea of, like, if you're a familiar, then maybe she's alive. If you're a familiar, then maybe you might have been hers. Maybe you can help me find her, kind of thing. And I'm cautious about this. I don't want to assume. I don't want to get my hopes up. But I do definitely have hope and desperation. That's really cool. I like that. And I like them, like, locking eyes and looking at each other and stuff. Man, I really want to be able to set this down somewhere so I don't have to hold it. Really like the awash and expression of nostalgia and loss with each and every fermented mason jar he passed. I really like the specificity of fermented mason jar he passed. Granted, I might like it even more after Documancer's story, because it feels like he could have been like that boy in Documancer's story, catching all of the peppermint in the jars and them clanking as he goes by. But I really like the specificity because you could have just said, an expression of loss and nostalgia with each and every step, and that would have been cool and beautiful. But that specificity of, like, each and every fermented mason jar he passed, I think has a lot of beauty and detail and power. And then, of course, the two shadows thing is very beautiful and cool, especially after the previous story. And then I like, she's embracing him and then whispering something. I feel like my only or main real critique for this story is that I feel like that last paragraph needs more, especially if you've not read the other story. Because if you've not read the other story, then I don't know for sure how much you're going to be able to get. I don't know if you're going to be able to get, aha, the ghost of the witch lives in the cabin, and the ghost of the witch, this is her son, and she is trying to hug him, you know, kind of thing. Like, maybe you would. But especially because you did have extra words, I feel like they should have been used in that last paragraph. And, like, the other thing about it is that I got the impression of, like, she's a ghost and she hugs him, that like we are like in the narration puts our view on the shadows, but I was thinking that like she's just a shadow but she is a witch, so like I was thinking she is still able to hug him even as a shadow, even as a ghost, because she's a witch. And I was thinking he heard the words even though the audience didn't get to hear the words. But as I was talking to other people about this story, other people had the impression that the shadows hugged each other and he didn't see any of it and didn't hear the words. That her shadow hugged his shadow and whispered something, but the wind carried it away and he never got to hear it. And I'm not really sure what it's meant to be, and so I feel like adding more time and words there to convey which one it's meant to be, and if those words were heard, if the embrace was felt, I think would be a good addition. What do you guys think of the fact that the words are not stated for the audience to hear? Because I have kind of mixed... is something happening? Okay, Documancer says buffering. Mako says we're okay. Alright. But, kind of want to see if anybody else responds. Ghoulish is good. Okay, I'm getting 2 goods to 1 not good, so hopefully that means we're good. So what do you guys think of the fact that the words are not heard by the audience? Because on the one hand, I like that, you know, it could, like, my best guesses are, like, I love you, son, or I miss you, son. Both beautiful, but it could be something very different, and we can't really know. And so in one sense, it's made more beautiful because we don't know what it is, and it's left to us to figure out. Oh, incoming ad break. It's left to us to figure out when the incoming ad break is. It's left to us to figure out, you know, what it might have been, or simply, you know, interpret it, and it could have been anything. But on the other hand, like, maybe that would have been more powerful to have them in there and to know what they were, instead of having the reader vaguely come up with potential ideas for what it could have been. So, I don't know. Mixed feelings there. Oh, yeah. Something that's cool about your crow stories that I think, so I guess I'll say, so I mention a lot that I will often read the stories to my dad 10 seconds. Maybe I shouldn't start that thought. Here. 3, 2, 1. Oh, right, but it takes a bit. Sleeper boy, that's right. Wolf, I like anything psychic and anything biology related, like Island of Dr. Moreau. Arith, interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. I love that you say that after he references a horrifying story. It's like, yes, I will keep this horror in mind. Can you see Bella? She is back there lounging and being cute. Don't really want to get up and pet her because then she'll probably get up. Come on, Ad. Come on, Adeline. Oh, there it is. Oops, wrong one. This one. There you go. Oh, so cute. Precious kitties. She hasn't really been looking at the corner since I put the camera on her. I don't know if you heard that. There's a weird sound outside. Couldn't tell if it was a person shouting, a coyote shouting, an animal shouting, or a machine shouting?
Kitty cat, you're so cute, Bo.
We're inching closer and closer to the permanent cat cam, yes.
Baby kitties. You're adorable. Do you know that? Do you know that you're adorable? Oh, don't be stuck.
Four, three, two, one. Are we back? So I often read the stories to my dad to get another opinion, and it tends to be very helpful because he will have very different opinions than I do, and so that can show me like, okay, like this is something a reader could potentially see, that could be good to talk about, even if I myself didn't see it. And so he doesn't usually remember the stories or the extended universes very well, even though I read them to him pretty much every week. He remembered this one. He remembered the Little Crow stories. And we were talking about it, and I think it has a lot to do with the emotion of it, that the emotion is so strong that it sticks with you. And I think it's really interesting because it's not... like, you'd think that when you say, oh, like, the emotion of a piece stuck with you, it would be because the piece is, like, really tragic and sad, or because it, like, fills you with anger, or anything like that. And this one, like, the emotion isn't even, like, extreme excitement or happiness. It's just that coziness. It's just that warm hug feeling. And I think that is a lot to do with it, that feeling... Even though, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Lee's story, right? That, like, Lee was saying, like, I don't want it to be, like, fluff and pointless. You could say that to, like, especially because the first story was pretty much just description, you could be like, you know, it's fluff and doesn't have a lot of point to it. But that doesn't make it a bad story because, like, it stuck with my dad, even though, like, other stories that are, you know, more sad or have more of a plot or a point to them haven't stuck with him. And so I think that's really interesting, especially considering that's our challenge, how meaningful that is. And we were also talking about how the Crow is a really cool character because he's still cute and harmless and a crow. But he also has, like, seemingly, like, more level of agency in the story. So, like, he's still a crow, but there's also... he's not just, like, a dumb little crow with no meaning in the story. He's not just, like, a background character. Because it's not either extreme of, like, there's a crow in the background, and it's just a crow. And it's not, here's this crow that's actually pretty much a human in a crow's skin. It's, like, in the middle of, like, this is a crow, but, like, they are a main character, and they have some, like, humanization to them, some agency to them. Which is really cool. Oh, Boople in all caps. This is the best news I could have gotten. That's awesome. I don't know what that is, but it might be something for the mods to deal with. Mods? What was the meme I posted the other day? I need to find that now. Hang on. Meme intermission. Yes. Streamers say mods the same way a medieval lord would say guards. Yes, that is exactly the situation. All right. Thank you very much, mods. Thank you, guards. Alrighty. But yeah, so you did have 10 words to add to the end, but as I was saying, like, okay, we have gone on over the description before, so maybe you could take some of the description out to add more lines of dialogue, to add more, like, context, especially for people who don't know the other story. So maybe the son could say things like, you know, you wouldn't happen to be a familiar, would you? And then there's this silent moment between them, and then he's like kind of talking to himself and going, I was hoping she'd be here, but I guess that was too much to ask, and stuff like that. And then we know, okay, like, he's looking for someone, he's looking for a she, kind of thing, and I think would make the end follow better. I'm curious, so this story's really interesting because, like, if the prompt was not son of a witch, it would be much harder to draw that conclusion, because it is never stated that he is her son. It's not even really that hinted at. It's just a dude. There's, like, the thoughts of reunion. There's a dude, and then there's the shadow with the pointed hat. And so, do you like that the prompt actually gives you context? That the prompt gives you that context of, this is her son? Or do you dislike that and feel like it would be better if...
Kitty?
if the story itself better gave that context? You're cute.
You're cute, Bobo. You got some big eyes. Big eyes, Bo.
Well, I mean it more of, like, necessary context that, like, sure, the story works without knowing that he's the son, but that's kind of important. And it's not clearly stated. And so it's kind of the question of, like, the prompt is providing context that's kind of necessary. And so is that a bad thing, a good thing, or a neutral thing in your book?
No.
What? I don't know what's over there. I'm wanting... What problems are you running into, Mr. Cord? I want to put you on the chair. Here, maybe I'll just bring the chair to you. No, that doesn't help. I guess we must turn off the camera for now, because it's too difficult. Alright. Yeah, and is there, that was another question related to some of the things I talked about. Is she truly just a shadow, or is she a ghost? Because that does potentially lead to different things. Yeah, and then same things here. Mods! Alright. Boople says, I wish so badly I could make it more complete. Okay, so it didn't feel complete to you. So tell me more about that. Was that related to kind of what I was saying about wanting more at the end, that you wanted that too, you just ran out of time, or is there something else? I had to, there was no option to not continue the story. Yeah, very, very fair. I did write this as though someone new could still get a complete-ish picture. Very fair. I mean, that's always what we intend, but not always what we succeed at. Yeah, I think separating what the light was like from where it came from is a nice adjustment. Crow, Bird no talk to you. You stinky. Goes back to Bird now. Kitties. Cats. Oh my goodness. no, I think the excitement just died down, but they were in the corner meowing at each other. Oh, is Bo walking around? I don't know. I'll hold it again and see if there's more excitement soon. Boople says, I wanted him cautious as if he had been searching a while. I hope that came through a bit. Absolutely, I'd say that came through a bit. And Arith agrees as well. I was thinking that too, the mason jars, yes. Oh, Death says I haven't read any of these, and it made perfect sense to me. Nice. Boople, I'm leaning heavily on the prompt to fill in the idea of a mother-son relationship. Very, very fair. Arith says, I got the impression of the witch shadow hugged the physical person of the sun, but the embrace wasn't felt and the words are unheard by the sun. No buffering issues. Gotcha. Yeah, that's more similar to how I was reading it too. I mean, I was reading it as more like it got through, but that's a good point too of like, okay, she did hug him, but nothing was felt or heard. Arith says, I just assumed the words, I love you, son, and felt it worked well. Nice. Mika says, there's an episode of DuckTales, the original, where the magical villain made a sentient shadow to steal from Scrooge, and she had to teach it how to interact with the world. It kept trying to grab an actual object, and she told it, you are a shadow, grab shadow. Interesting. That's neat. Boople is pleased. Oh, that sounds like Boople is an old god we've made sacrifices to, and he's pleased, so he'll let us live for another decade. What is the same thing? A VTuber I watched is the same thing? Yeah, oh yeah, imagine Twitch channels as fiefdoms. Yes, that's awesome. What? I'm sure I said this, but I don't know what in relation to. There's a dude and a dude. The dude's emerged. Doesn't the prompt, oh, the dudes have emerged. Yeah, I read it as merged too. Doesn't the prompt always give context though? It does. I mean, it kind of depends because there's a spectrum, right? There's a spectrum of like, you have the context you need, but the prompt provides extra or confirms the context. There's the, oh, you can understand the story without the prompt. You don't need the context of the prompt to get what's going on. And like kind of the idea of like, you can get that this story is about a son of a witch without the prompt at all. But then there's also a like this one where it's like, you don't fully know what's happening in the story unless you have the prompt. So there's different degrees. Interesting. Boople gives an answer on his own story. I think I'd prefer if my story gave that context, if I'm honest. Interesting. What is the dude stuff about? What did I say? I don't remember. Mods assemble. Yes. So when there's so few words to work with, take context where it comes. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. It's how do I phrase it? Because of course the word count is always something that we need to consider, and then it's like, absolutely, if you can't get something across with the words that you have, then sure, like, you can use the prompt. Like, I don't think it's bad that Boople did. I wouldn't say that's a horrible thing. That's actually part of why I'm asking, because it's like, this could be something to critique. This could be something to praise. Like, it could be either way. But I don't think saying, oh, you don't have the words, so it gets a pass. I don't really agree with that mentality, because, especially because, like, I'm critiquing the stories and trying to make the stories better. And so I'm kind of asking, the story itself, is the story made better because the prompt gives us context, or is it made worse because the prompt gives us context we need? It's a question, you know? And so, like, I'm honestly super on the fence, because on the one hand, I really like it and, like, feel like more people should try this. On the other hand, like, I feel like it's worth critiquing and going, well, if your story doesn't provide that context, maybe that's an issue, kind of thing. So, I feel like it's an interesting question. Norman says, I love the subtlety of the ending. I assumed I love you, son, as well. This was a great example of being vague without leaving the reader completely in the dark. I want to give the reader enough to figure it out for themselves. Neither spelling it out for them or leaving them lost. You want them to engage with it and be involved with the story. Very interesting. That's a really interesting way to put it. Of you're not spelling it out for them, but you're not leaving them totally in the dark, and so you're just letting them fill in a blank there.
The genie, he's returned. My beautiful bow.
Interesting. It almost makes the prompt itself immersive and part of the story. Nice. Island of Dr. Moreau, dudes merging? Is this connected?
Cutie, you're really cute. You know that?
Maybe the crow or just the narrator could note the resemblance between the man and someone in a photo on the room. Interesting. That could be interesting if, like, even as a shadow and a ghost, he sees the resemblance or something like that. That could be cute and fun. All right. But this is a great story. A wonderful new installment of the Crow Saga. Though funnily enough, I think it started as a Raven, because it was Ravens and Writing Desk. But yes, a wonderful new edition. Wonderful use of the challenge. Great story. It's just a floofy butt now. It's just the floof butt. Alright. Sins of the Mother by Giovanna J. Fuller. 349 words. A boy of only 6 watched on through the keyhole. He had been locked in there for days. All the while, the sound of screaming and crying came through the thin walls. When all fell silent, his mother would come in with supper. As he ate, she would sing to him a haunting melody that sent shivers down his spine. The ritual left him tired, yet the pain would abate. She would then tuck him into bed, kiss him on the forehead, and leave him to sleep. He had seen bits and pieces of his mother's activities as she moved back and forth in front of his bedroom door. The world was only what he could see through the keyhole. However, now he could see all of it, as though someone had staged it to happen within the limited line of sight of his door. A man with strong arms and impressive stature swung an axe over his head before embedding the sharp blade in the woman with skin as green as moss and as warty as a toad. With one final scream, the woman crumpled to the ground before evaporating into a puff of dust and smoke. The boy screamed and slammed his frail hands against the door. The monster man turned his eye to him, and the boy gasped. "Who's there?"
Where's my mother?"
Hot tears were running down his cheeks. "Mother!" "She's got another one," the man said under his breath. He tried to open the door, tugging on the knob uselessly. "Back up, boy. I'm going to break it." The little boy scrambled away just in time for the axe to break through the brittle wood. "By the gods," the man whispered upon seeing the little boy curled up in the corner, approached the scared child as though he were a rabid mustelid. What are you?"
I'm October. Where's my mother?"
The man's face twisted in disgust. "I sent her to the Grey One, mistress of the damned dead, and you'll soon join her." He held his axe aloft, ready to finish his quest. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Cheer for the return of G.J. Fuller. lovely to see you post again. Okie dokie. So I don't think this one had questions, but I do think it had that GJ posted stuff that I wanted to talk about. So before we continue on, remember that we only have these two unlocked right now, and I do have my monthly powers, so I'm probably going to do one more, afterwards. But if you want to unlock all 4, then please don't hesitate to cheer some more and get the 3rd one unlocked so we can do all 4. Otherwise, we'll just stick with our 3. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. And now I'm out of bits. That said, I'm broke. Very fair. And I think Mako said he was out earlier as well. So, very understandable if we're not able to do that, but I had to say it. So I'll say my overall summary of things. So I think that this story is overall well written. I think what happens is very exciting and interesting, and especially reading your notes on it and stuff, I really like some of the things that you are going for with this. But this is one that I do have quite a few critiques about, and I think it'll be easier if I just start going through it. So I guess maybe this is one where I should talk about the general stuff ahead of time, and I'm gonna try and formulate my words because I don't know how to describe this super well, but it's kind of this idea of, it kind of feels like the wrong things are left up to the reader, because there's a lot of things in here that make for really great and interesting stories. Because option 1, this is not actually his mother, and he was kidnapped by her, and that's kind of she's got another one thing, she's been kidnapping kids, and he is simply one of them, and he's kind of been brainwashed into thinking that this is his mom, or calling her mom. And he's the rescuer. He's the person who is saving him. That would work really well. If the mother was protecting him, if she actually was, she was the good person here, and what she's doing seems horrible, but actually at the end of the day she was protecting him, that could work as well. Or if it was no, what she's doing is really horrible, but she's trying to shield him from the horrible things that she does, that works too. Another thing is that he says he's October. If he was literally the personification of October, and perhaps his mother was September or something like that, that would work really well too. You've got really great and interesting ideas here, but I'm left by the end feeling like they didn't quite fit together for me, or I didn't feel like I quite got the answers that I was looking for. I didn't quite feel like I fully understood what she was doing. I didn't quite understand why he killed him too, kind of thing. I didn't know exactly what was going on, and it's interesting because it's not in the sense of it being confusing. I would not say that the story is confusing. It just feels like there are things that should be answered that aren't, and so I'm kind of left going, why did she do this? Why did he do that? Kind of thing. And so going into the specifics, so he'd been locked in there for days, right? Not months, not years, not his whole life, but days. So that kind of gives us a clue that maybe he is a kidnapped victim, but the story doesn't seem to be saying that by the end. There's a potential reading of, hey, there's the sound of screaming and crying, and then supper. Very much could very easily read as, she's feeding him people. She's feeding him the other kids that she kills, which I don't think was your intention. And then going to, what you actually said in your comments. Let's go find that. Oh, yeah, I think you said your name. Haha, you did. Good. He was locked up because he was sick / cursed / deformed. The ritual of his mother giving him supper, singing him a song, and then tucking him into bed has the line of, the ritual left him tired, yet the pain would abate, indicating that he is in pain, and whatever his mother is doing is holding off the pain. Whatever the source, and whether it comes from being the son of a witch or his condition, it has left him looking like an animal or a monster. So that's actually not what I got out of this line, because it was not introduced prior that there's pain that he's feeling, and so it seems like he ate, she would sing him a melody, she would sing him a shivering melody, the ritual left him tired, which sounds like eating the melody, sounds like all of that is the ritual. And then it also reads like this ritual of, singing and eating leaves him tired, but the pain would abate. And so that kind of read to me as the ritual, her singing to him makes him tired and in pain, but with time, going back to his room and resting makes the pain go away. Because like I said, it wasn't introduced that he had any kind of condition. And so, we'll come back to that. But it wasn't introduced that he was in pain, and so I didn't get that impression that this ritual is making some other pain abate. So you could say something at the beginning of like, a boy of only 6 watched through the keyhole. His life was a cursed one, comprised of pain. I think that could do a lot of heavy lifting. Or you could say, yet his daily pain would abate, there, or something like that, I think could help with that as well. I do like the spookiness of like he's locked in there for days and he just hears screaming and crying and the walls are thin and so he hears it. And then when everything's silent, she treats him nicely. But even that niceness is tinged with this haunting melody. I think that is really great horror vibes that I think works really well. And I do like the description of it. He'd seen bits and pieces of his mother's activities, because it kind of reads like he saw bits and pieces of people. I don't know if that's the intention, but I like how you phrase that. I think that works really well. And I think it works well, this idea of they're screaming, crying, it's horrifying, but he's still watching, because that totally feels like human nature. Like, this sounds horrible. Let me watch. I'm gonna watch through the keyhole, kind of thing. And I really like, the world was only what he could see through the keyhole. That is my favorite line. I really like how you phrase that it's not just the idea of like, oh, he can only see what his mother does through the keyhole. It's also this idea of like, he's always locked in there. And so his entire world is this keyhole. I really like that. So this here, I like this idea, but I think the way it's described doesn't quite work the way that you want it to. So I read this as the door is open. Like, he could now see all of it because something has changed. Because before, it was the keyhole, but now something's different. And so I kind of assume, okay, more than the keyhole. And the other thing about it is that I didn't get the impression something new was happening. I got the impression he is now seeing what his mother is doing. Because so however he can now see all of it. So the thing about pronouns is that, and I kind of talked about this earlier, they make you refer back to the last subject. So it's like, okay, pronoun, let's go back to what the last subject is. It is his mother's activities. Okay. So however, now he could see all of his mother's activities as though someone staged it to happen. But that isn't what's going on. And so I think that because we're not referring back to anything, that would be better. It would be better used as an actual subject rather than a pronoun. I'm not sure exactly what you could say succinctly, but I mean, you could probably even like quite simply say, however, something new is happening, and he could see all of it through the keyhole. That could work. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe somebody else in the chat can help with that. I do like the description of as if someone had staged it all to happen within the limited sight. That it's like he's the stage. It reminds me of I've been watching Danny Mata react to Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, and there's a scene, the scene where I don't know how. It's an old show, so I don't know how okay it is to spoil stuff from that show, but basically there's like a flashback to a person becoming a homunculus, and he can like he's strapped to the table and he can see like there's like a closet full of bodies. He looks over, there's a closet full of dead people that they have like gone through what he just went through and they died from it. And like Danny was like, close the door. Like, somebody close that door. And I was sitting there, I don't remember if it's like how clear it is in the show, but I was like, I think it's meant to, I think they want him to see it. I think that like they that door is open on purpose. And so this kind of like, it's not the same thing, but this kind of gave me those vibes of like, it almost feels like the door is left open so that he'll see it, you know, even though that's not the case. That's how he feels in that moment, which is really interesting. Though, like I said, if it is still the keyhole, and I'll go back to your comment because I think you said it was, then I'm a little confused because like, if what he can see from the keyhole is what he can see. And so it's well, I guess, I was about to say, like, what he can see from the keyhole is what he can see. So, like, presumably, if he couldn't see his mother's activities very well, he can't see this guy's activities very well. But I guess what it's saying is that, like, he can see a sliver, like, he can see this much, you know, of his mother's activities. And so what the guy is doing is right here. So I think that's what it's saying. I have seen the 2003 version. I've seen all of it. I've seen 2003, Brotherhood, and I've read the manga. I love Fullmetal. So Giovanna said, nothing has changed about the keyhole. Maybe I was just too wordy, but I merely was saying that he was only able to see everything happen because it was happening in his limited line of sight. This is to highlight how little the world October got to see, which is really sad, like knowing this was his world was the keyhole, and his world is about to end. That's very powerful. I do think just saying, like, maybe within the limited line of sight of the keyhole, I think could work very well.
It's a baby.
Can you see her? I don't know if you can. There she is. Can't see her over the fluff. Let's see. So I do like the description, the witchy description of her having skin green as moss and warty as a toad, especially with those metaphors, the moss and toad. It makes her feel very earthen and like in tune with nature, and so I do really like that. But I also think there's something a bit awkward about the description, which is that if this is indeed his mother, then it feels like he'd say his mother, you know, this is from his third limited point of view. So saying, you know, what did I say? Yeah, so saying, his mother, her mossy green skin marred with red blood or green blood, or marred with bruises or cuts, you know. I think then that could work very well. You could still get that across that she's green and stuff, without saying the woman, as if he doesn't know who this is, because it kind of reads as this is not his mother. This is a random lady, which we'll come back to in a second. And then this also, her evaporating a puff of dust and smoke, is interesting because it kind of almost reads like she's not dead, that like she was able to survive that, so that she poofed away, you know, kind of thing. So I'm curious if that was meant to be the intention there. I do really like slammed his frail hands against the door. I think that's very, very powerful. And the hot tears. I'm always a fan of like describing things like that with it's not just tears but hot tears. I can feel that so much more strongly. I really like that. And then I like their conversation of he's like, huh? There's like, who's there? And where's my mother? I really like she's got another one. I think that one is probably your best line or one of your best lines to convey the context. Because I've been saying that some of the context I need is not there. I think you did a really good job with that one. That we know that she's been kidnapping kids. We don't really know necessarily much more than that. We can kind of infer, like, maybe she's been killing them, turning them into soup, something like that. But I think that's a great line that within world conveys very well. Like, oh, hey, like, we as the reader didn't know that she was taking kids. But him saying she's got another one means that she had more. And this is another one, which is neat. And I do like the difference of like, oh, she's got another one. Oh, you're not. You're something different. You're just like her. That is a cool thing. You agree, Bella? And then I do like the interaction of breaking it open, and the brittle wood and stuff like that. And I do like the emotion and the reaction that he has. I do feel like the mustelid thing is kind of, oh no! Oh baby. Oh baby cat. Is everything okay? She stepped on the keyboard again. Baby, oh goodness.
Kitty boo. Kitty baby boo. Little miss. Little miss.
Oh yeah, so the word mucil is very similar to stuff that I have said before, which is that oh, she typed. That's what she did.
Baby.
That I had not heard the word mustelid, or if I have, I've forgotten it, even though I am an animal lover. And so it's a situation where, like, using such a specific word does give you, like, for those who know the word, it gives a very specific, like, picture and, what was I gonna say? Very, like, I don't know, very specific and correct picture. But to those who don't know, you've just put a blank in the story. And it's more important than it might seem, because, well, before I talk about that, because I think you could very easily just say badger or weasel, and I think badger would work very well, because, like, badgers are terrifying creatures. They're really strong, way stronger than they should be. If you have a rabid one, like, rest in peace, sir, and so, just saying rabid badger works very, very well. But saying rabid mustelid, then, like, for me not knowing the word, I'm like, rabid something, don't know what it is, and so it therefore doesn't give me a great picture. But it especially matters in this story, like, that could just be an image, and, like, it would be like, okay, there's, like, a blank in that image, but whatever. But the reason it matters here is because he is part animal, and that's never anywhere stated. Oh, she was in a box, and I was in the tea turtle box, and I was gonna show her, but then she got out. And I think that's the most important thing that isn't there. That we need to know that he's part animal, because all we know is that he's a little boy. That's all we think, that he's like a normal human boy. And so yes, when we hear "What are you?" we can kind of infer something's wrong, but it's unclear. It's unclear what's up. And, granted, I don't know if using Badger would make it clear, aha, like he maybe is part Badger. But it would help. It would be a bit better on that front. And then, like, the October thing kind of goes back to what I was saying, is that cool name, but the thing is that this name is meaningful because it's a month. And so it feels like either, like I said, he would be the personification of that month, that he actually is October, or that, like, he's October's kidnapping victim, that she just called them by month. I don't know why he would call himself that, but that's a potential option that's spooky, and I kind of like it in that way. But I don't think it's either of those things. And so it feels like kind of an odd name choice. Like, it is a pretty name. I do like that as a name. But the problem is that I think it causes because you chose that name that has more meaning than just, a name, it causes the reader to try to come up with conclusions for why they might be called that you don't really want or need, I don't think. That just saying, like, I'm Timmy, I think would work better. Just, yeah, like, like, if he's not meant to be the month, he's not meant to be a kidnapping victim at all, then I think using just a name that's just a name, I think would work better, because then you don't open up yourself to those questions that don't really need to be asked, if that makes sense.
Oh, baby. I need to keep an eye on you, because you're going to jump on your computer. Uh-huh.
And then this one might be a bit nitpicky, but so I do like the world building here, and I think this is the kind of world building that works, where it's like, oh yeah, like, I sent you to the Grey One, the Mistress of the Damned Dead, especially with that clarification of Mistress of the Damned Dead. So I do like that, but I think it's an issue of, I don't fully understand what's going on. I don't know why he reacted the way he did. I don't know exactly what the witch was doing. And so adding more world building I don't really understand on top of it kind of creates more of an issue, but that's a bit more of a nitpicky one. Let's see, what else did you say that I was going to talk about? So you said the witch was kidnapping children and using them in some curse/spell. When the Axeman says another one, he's assuming, before seeing October, that the boy is another victim, but one that he's managed to save before it's too late. I think Hansel and Gretel, Little Red Riding Hood. And then mustelids are a branch of the animal family that encompasses badgers and weasels. Rowdy animals, but animals also known for their surprising viciousness. The phrase, honey badger, don't give a F, is pretty ubiquitous, but I like to think that we as humans instinctively know when an animal is dangerous. Perhaps the witch has made a son from an animal and is using the village children's souls/blood in order to make her own child. I do like that idea. That's a super spooky and creepy idea that I do really like. And I just kind of wish that was more explored, or that more of that was stated, at least knowing that he's part animal. But the idea that he actually was the point of of what she did to the kids, that there was an animal that he, and this is very like Dr. Moreau, there is an animal that she was like, okay, if I shove enough kids' souls into it, I will have a son. I think that's really interesting. Let me go up to the stream chat. Let's see what folks have been thinking. There, it says, this makes me think of someone who contrasted Steven Spielberg versus Stanley Kubrick. Spielberg's movies spell out the story and end it neatly. Kubrick creates films that force the viewer to think about the film and figure out what it means. I think it's an interesting point about stories that lead the reader to think and search for answers rather than just giving the answers to the reader. Oh, yeah, so I was going to talk about that. So, and of course, like, people might have differing opinions on this. It sounds like Arith doesn't agree with this. But, so, absolutely, there are things that you can leave up to the reader. And that's kind of impossible to avoid because you can't answer every question. And so, yes, there's always going to be stuff that's left up to reader interpretation. But there are things that the reader expects the writer to answer. The reader expects the writer to tell them the plot, at the very least. To tell them just what's basically going on. And, like, for example, if, let's see, what did I write down? Oh, this was a little more subtle, but, like, the idea of if the writer brings something up and they're like, hey, I bring this thing up. This is a mystery to be solved. You know, like, potentially one character, it's mentioned that one character has a mysterious past, you know, that kind of thing. And it's very much, you know, that's very much hinted at, that they have this mysterious past. And it's hinted at in the way that's like, I'm going to tell you what this is one day, that you are going to find out what this is. The reader, like, if you keep saying, like, oh yes, mysterious past, this will come up, dear reader, and then in the end you don't, and then you're like, let the reader figure that out. To me, that is way less fun and way less satisfying as a reader than you telling me. Because you told me that there is an answer. You told me that there's a fun mystery and there's an answer that I'm going to get. And so then to be like, you don't get that answer, you get to make it up. I would rather you tell me because I can have more fun with figuring out. I can get the satisfaction of, that was it. As opposed to like, I don't know, I guess he ate a chicken nugget and went evil. You know? Like, because I think the reader, let's see. Yeah, the reader likes picking up clues, not writing your story for you. So the reader likes, when you drop subtle hints, like, I'll use I think a mystery is a good example. Like, when you drop hints as to who the murderer is, and then the reader can pick those up and figure out for themselves who the murderer is before you reveal it, that's great. The reader loves that. But if you throw a bunch of conflicting clues at the reader and then say, I don't know who the murderer is, figure it out for yourself, reader, I would say that's not very good writing. And so, like, the reader doesn't want to just write your story for you. They arrived at the story because they want you to tell them a story. They don't want to tell the story themselves. But they do like filling in gaps and blanks and stuff like that. And so, in this particular case, I felt like there was a big blank that was expected to be answered that wasn't. And I do think it really boils down to, it was not clear that he was an animal, that he was part animal. And so I felt like I, as the reader, I didn't feel like, oh yes, I'm filling in things for myself. It felt like there was information the writer was meant to give me that they didn't give me. And that doesn't mean that, like, it's overall a bad story or a badly written story. It just means that I left the story kind of going, I feel like I should have been left with more. I feel like I should have been left with more of an impact. But because I didn't really get it, I didn't really get the impact. So I don't know if I'm describing it well, but, you know, it kind of goes back to, like, that Sherlock quote that I was talking about, that, like, mysteries are meant to be solved. It's no fun if somebody gives you the answer. Like, it's kind of the situation of the reader wants to be taken on a journey. The reader wants to solve the mystery along with the character. But they don't want there to be no answer. In Sherlock's case, when he didn't get an answer, he turned to cocaine. So, like, you know, the reader doesn't want it to be like, okay, mystery, solving, interesting. Figure it out for yourself. You draw your own conclusions, you know. I don't think that's generally what the reader wants. of course, like, this is a really difficult thing to talk about, because, like, for example, like, the end of the first Danganronpa game, it ends very open-ended. You don't know what's out there. You don't know if there is a world out there. You don't know if they survived. And that works really well. That doesn't hinder the story to not know exactly how it ended and to leave that for the reader to interpret. But especially because it's a game, if it was just like, you figure out, like, it's not just you figure out who the murderer is, it's, I don't know who the murderer is, you pick. That doesn't really work, if that makes sense. So let's see what more people have been saying. Nice. Documancer. My friends say I'm Edward. Ghoulish. Because you're short and angry? Documancer. Because I'm 4'7" and angry. Yeah, it makes me feel better about myself. I'm very short, but I'm not that short. I'm October. I'm 5. Doesn't octo mean 8? Yeah, there's a fun mystery equals payoff. Yeah. That's a great way to put it. That it's like, I'm expecting a reward for my efforts. I'm expecting an answer for my efforts, not a nothing. Not, just avoid and you figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen that. Oh, gotcha. Era says, my comment about Kubrick versus Spielberg was about Boople's story rather than the Foley story. Very fair. Moral of the story, if you can't find answers in life, do cocaine. I'm not advocating for cocaine use. Cute. All right. I'm surprised to see I don't have more discussion in the chats about all that. So please feel free to keep discussing whether you agree, disagree, or are neutral on the things that I've said.
Okay, I'll let you out.
That's fair, it said. But yes, great to have you back. And a good piece also with some critiques. And as always, if my critiques are more hurtful than helpful, you have my full permission to ignore them. You have my full permission to go, you know what? That hurts. I'm not gonna listen to that and move on with your day. Oh no! Giovanna arrived afterwards. Unfortunately, you did miss it, but you can check the VOD and you can always tag me in the chats. I don't always respond when folks give me answers, but I do always read them and always enjoy seeing your answers. All right. Sins of the Fathers by The Real Decoy. 349 words. Content warning, vomiting blood. The clergy met on a night of rain and tears. The abbots, priests, and vicars were settling into my priory, ready for the wake. The rains drummed on the slate roof and flooded the garden path. It had taken some time to rise to the position of prior. I joined the church as an orphan 20 years before, still in my boyhood. I'd swept floors, scrubbed vestments, consoled mourners. I'd even mouthed the words of devotion and pledged myself to their God. The funeral of Abbot MacDonald had proved a choice occasion to bring the ecclesiastical patriarchs together. I watched as his close friend, Witchpricker Kincaid, wept silently. His tears rolled down his graying beard and dropped onto his leathers, where their tracks were lost in the thrumming rain. He hadn't shed those tears whilst he was pricking my mother. He hadn't shown any emotion, apart from satisfaction, when after 80 hours of wakefulness she deliriously agreed to his accusations. She'd been a healer, an herbalist, and a loving mother. They'd strangled her before burning her body upon the pyre. A mercy. I wondered if she could see me now. Would she be pleased? I learned her arts, but none of her gentleness. I raised my cup of wine. A toast to the abbot, requiescat in pace. The wine was steeped in wolfsbane. I watched as each of the men supped on it. The church elder was the first to succumb. At first it appeared as if he was merely choking. Then his frail body began convulsing and vomiting blood across the prepared feast. "Devilry!" one cried. "Fetch the—" The words were cut short as blood began to flow from his nose, eyes, and ears. I approached Kincaid as he knelt, coughing up blood and bile. I grabbed his chin and raised his face so his blue eyes met mine. "Behold your atonement, Kincaid, for Lilias and her kindness." I wrapped my hands around his neck and began to strangle him as the others crawled along the sickened floor, desperate for the respite from agony that death would bring. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I added that content warning. I wanted to do something, but wasn't sure if it would be too funny for a content warning. I wanted to do vomiting, blood, vomiting blood. But anyways, decoys note, hi readers, a less silly story this time, and one that plays the prompt incredibly straight down the line. Our protagonist loses his beloved mother as a child, joins the church, and plots his revenge. What's left for him in this life after it? What do you do after you achieve your all-consuming goals? I have poached from history and bits for this one. There really was a witch pricker Kincaid, who performed much of the prickings in Scotland during the 1650s. He didn't die in agony, so far as I know, but did get stripped of his title. I quite enjoyed writing this as the rain pours down my window. Spooky season is just around the corner, after all. Many thanks for reading, and have a lovely weekend. So, not really any questions in this one, it seems like, but good notes. So, I thought this story was very well written. I really liked a lot of the phrases you had in here, so I guess let's just start. I already like the first line, met on a night of rain and tears. That's great. The setting of the scene is great as well. Gives me a very good picture. We'll come back to the setting though in a second. And then I really like I could already tell from this paragraph, I was like, oh, he's the son of a witch. Even before, of course, because that's the prompt, but it's like, oh, he joined the priory because one of them, oh, there's an ad break. Because one of them killed his mother. I already got that from this paragraph before we got it directly, and I thought that was great. That is a way in which I like the prompt informing the story, that you have it in the story what's going on, but because of the prompt I can tell what's going on before we actually get the direct info. So I think that works. That works very well. And it goes along with our previous discussion too. I liked figuring that out. I liked solving that little mystery before it was revealed. That makes me feel good about myself, you know. Yeah, side effects include vomiting, bleeding, vomiting blood, bleeding vomit. Bleeding vomit. Oh gosh, that's horrifying. Let me check. Oh, well, I don't know. Yeah, actual content warnings. Vomiting, blood. What I heard. Vomiting blood. Both correct. Is there a cat outside? Or are they still gone? Nope. It's just me. And there's still not an ad going on. Interesting. We'll come to that, Wolf. There we go. There's the ad. I don't know. Maybe I'll show plushies. I'll show reversible plushies while while we're waiting for the ad to happen. How many can I show off in reverse while the ad is going on. This one really likes being the mirror image. This one really likes doing that. I think this one might be, well, I don't know. I was going to say this one might be the hardest one to splooge, but that's pretty okay. That's pretty solid. Here's the pumpkin one that is Arith's favorite. The happy little pumpkin. The cute happy little pumpkin and the evil happy little pumpkin. The little rainbow ghost and the sleepy ghost. This will soon be me, sleepy ghost. The witchy axolotl. The magical girl transformation. Oh yeah, don't forget to have me show you guys the pumpkin. That's axolotl. When at the end. Alrighty. Is everybody back? One ad equals, what was that, 4 plushies? Yeah, 4 plushies. Alright. Yeah, so I liked knowing that from here. That's like, oh, it had taken some time to rise to the position. So it's like you have ulterior motives in rising to this position. You were an orphan. You did all these things. It's like I was the good, parishioner. I swept the floors. I scrubbed the vestments. I consoled mourners. I like that it's describing the kind of the dirty jobs. That it's not just like I preached the sermons. I wore the robes. It's like I swept the floors. I scrubbed the vestments. And honestly, even the consoling mourners itself is kind of a dirty job. That it's like you have to get into the nitty gritty of people's emotions, and that it's got to be one of the harder parts of the job. So that works really well. And then using that verb of mouth the words of the devotion and their God, convey that really well too. So I like that a lot. And then that works really well of like, this funeral is the choice occasion to bring everybody together. And then I like just describing, like, I watched his close friend weeping, that it's not starting with, like, oh, horrible Kincaid, I hate him so much, look at him weeping over there. It's just objectively saying, oh, look, there's his friend weeping more than anyone. And then that comparison of he didn't weep for my mother is very well done, and a really good, like, that helps your readers feel angry too. That it's like, he's weeping over here for his abbot friend, but when he tortured my mother, he was kind of cool with it, So the setting. So when I heard priory, I thought inside of a building, and then slate roof and flooded garden path. Either I must have missed the garden path, or I just kind of thought it was like an overall, like, the rains were thrumming on the slate roof above our heads, and the garden path outside the priory. One of the two. And then, but then when I got to where they were lost in the thrumming rain, I was like, wait, what? Because they could only get lost if the rain was where they were, right? If they're outside in the rain. But if they're inside, they're going to drop on the floor and not join the rain. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, the other thing is the feast. It's later, but the feast also kind of made me think inside. So I do think that either making it more clear that they're outside, they're just in like a sheltered area, or like saying that, the tears fell on the ground, on the floor, would work better. But I do really like that line of, they rolled down his graying beard, dropped onto his leathers, and their tracks are lost in the thrumming rain. That's a very beautiful line. And then the next line very much is a gut punch that is very well done. Great way to segue into that. Um, so the pricking thing. So I didn't actually know about this, even though like I enjoy like witch lore and stuff like that. So apparently, like witches were said to have like devil's marks, devil's spots, kind of things, and they were said to not feel pain. And so if you pricked that spot, it wouldn't feel pain. And so I don't know what all the situation was. I don't know if some people like really did torture people like this, but I did learn in my research that they would have fake needles. You know how you have fake knives that you jab in, but the knife goes back into itself? They would do that with their needle tools so that they could get a conviction even though they knew that that person wasn't a witch. This one is clearly not that. This one is clearly very real. But that is an interesting factoid that I learned. So maybe somebody else can re-look it up for me to know if like people really did do this or if this actually would be inaccurate. But not so fun things we learned today. But I'm also curious if you guys also did not know about witch pricking. What did you think was going on there? And my dad had an unfortunate conclusion, but I thought it, again, like, thought it worth saying because knowing when readers come to wild conclusions can be helpful, is that he thought it was something sexual. And I can kind of see it, especially because prick can be a word for that. And so, well, for that body part at least. And so that's, I don't know, that's something to know, something to potentially be concerned about, that when your readers don't know exactly what you're referring to, they can come to some gross conclusions, you know. But that is one of those things where you can just look it up. And then another thing, this is interesting after our conversation about like old language. So 70 hours works. It sounds more like something someone would say at that point in time. But I'm also left kind of going, why didn't you say 60? Because I had to go score. Is score 20? Is that 320s? Is that 60? I don't know for sure, and then look it up. And 60 would work just as well. Because when I saw 70, my mind kind of went over it the first time and was like 3 hours, and I was like, okay, like it's kind of like it's kind of, I don't know. I'm about to say that's kind of short, but as I say that, if you really were being pricked by needles for 3 hours, even that would be bad, let alone 60. You know, so. But you know, this is meant to convey how bad it is. I guess that's more of the point. Is like 3 already would be bad, but it's really, really bad. And so, like, just saying 60, I think, would be clear. And yeah, you'd lose the language of it, but I don't think it would be that strange. And then I do think it's very powerful and gut punching and makes the reader angry that it's like, nope, she wasn't a witch. And he just tortured her into getting a confession. That, you know, he didn't even torture her into, like, death. He tortured her into confession. I think it's very well done. And I really like she'd been a healer, an herbalist, and a loving mother. I think I like that cadence of that. And it's, like, it's cool because, again, it's not super obvious of, like, she'd been a healer, an herbalist, and a loving mother. A witch was not one of those things. That would work just fine, but not saying it directly and just saying she'd been a healer, an herbalist, and a loving mother. They'd strangled her before burning her body on the pyre. I think works really well and is very much a gut punch of, like, she was all these things. Notice what's not in that list. Notice what happens next, you know. And then I do think that's really interesting and powerful, too, that they strangled her first. And, like, yeah, that does sound like a mercy. So, like, this is all very evocative and horrifying and well done. And then I do really like him thinking, like, would she be pleased, and love the cadence of, I learned her arts but none of her gentleness. And I think that's very cool of, like, her arts are not witchcraft. Her arts are being a healer and an herbalist, and so he used the herbalist stuff to poison these people. I think that's well done. I really like that. So the Wolfsbane. This is kind of like one of my only critiques, which is that what is more important to you as the author? That it be Wolfsbane or the symptoms that they have? Because I looked it up and I got some like different results for what Wolfsbane poisoning can do and how many effects that how long it takes to go into effect. But two things that I did not see in any of the lists were vomiting blood. Vomiting was in there, but not vomiting blood. And bleeding from your eyes, ears, and nose. And so, if it's more important, if those like symptoms are more important to you, then I would just take out the Wolfsbane, because all you have to do is say the wine is steeped in poison. That still works as the herbalist thing. Now, granted, as I'm saying that, I realize that like he specializes in this. So it's first person, so he should probably know what the herb is, and that's probably why you said it. So that would be the one downside of not specifying. But other than that, like, I don't think I would have batted an eye at you just saying the wine was steeped in poison. But if it is more important to you that it be Wolfsbane, then I would say this is a situation where I don't think it's too difficult to look up the symptoms and just use the whatever symptoms you find. So it's one of those things where this goes back to the accuracy conversation, right? Where it's like, when you first read it, if you don't know anything about Wolfsbane, then it doesn't really take you out of the story, it doesn't hinder reader understanding. But then on a second read, then the reader kind of goes, is that something that Wolfsbane does? And they look it up and they find not really, no. And so then that hinders the enjoyment on the next read. And so it's not like a huge issue, but it is something that hinders the enjoyment a little. Takes you out of the story a little bit. This is horrifying. Very well. This is a horrifying image, sickening image. Well done. Totally makes sense. They'd say that. That works very well. And then I do like him going up to Kincaid specifically. So, is this meant to be, behold your atonement, Kincaid? New thought for Lilius and her kindness. Or is it meant to be, behold your atonement for Lilius and her kindness? If it's the latter, then it's a little odd, because I don't know why he would have to atone for her kindness. Her kindness is not something that needs atonement for. Him killing her is. Him stopping that kindness is something to atone for. But her kindness itself is not something to atone for. If this is meant to be more of a cry of for Lilius, I think there needs to be more of a break, because it's a new subject. So I think, doing that would be better. Granted, yeah, okay. But I do like what's being said there, and I do like the coming back around to he strangled his mother and then he strangles him. I think that works very well. Though I am a little curious, because he himself describes strangling her first as a mercy. So I like that the two things work together, that it's like, I could let the poison kill you, but I'm going to make you die like my mother did. I do really like that. But at the same time, if the strangling was a mercy, why doesn't he burn him? It's like, hey, you gave my mother the mercy of being strangled before putting her on the pyre. I'm not going to give you that mercy. You're going straight to the pyre, kind of thing. But then again, well, I don't know. I was about to say that would reveal him, but I think this whole situation is going to reveal him. This situation was his goal. So if this already revealed him, burning somebody isn't going to reveal him more than he's already been. And then second floor is very gross image, well done. Ending very impactful in a very dark way.
I hear a meow. There's a kitty cat. There she is. Meow. Yes, yes. Meow. Alright.
Yeah, so Wolf said, Wolfsbane is very poisonous, though I'm unsure its effects on the human body. Also, I'm pretty sure blood that is regurgitated is usually black. How do I know this? Don't ask. I'm very curious why that is the case, though. Why is it black? This would be a good opening line. Regurgitated blood is usually black, not red. How do I know this? Don't ask. Totally. The Wolfsbane is aconite, and a show that I really like is this show called Forever, that is about this coroner who is immortal, that he has lived for a very long time, and he kind of has this fascination with death because he can't die and because he wants to. And it's very well done. I highly recommend it. And the first episode, aconite is a thing in that episode. And so I forget the exact line, but he is trying to figure out what the poison is, and then it takes it into himself. And so I forget the symptoms that he says, but it's something like, you feel this, and then your eyeballs bleed, and then you die. Or well, it must not be the eyeballs bleed, because I said that wasn't a symptom, but it's like your eyeballs itch or something like that. Some really weird symptom about the eyeballs. And he says it super chipperly. So the story kind of reminds me of that. But you talking about I'm pretty sure blood that is regurgitated is usually black. How do I know this? Don't ask. Totally feels like something Henry would say. Interesting. Norman, this witchbringer thing might relate to a video I stumbled across earlier today. This video seems whack. Do redheads feel less pain? Yes! Oh, that's wild. Is that a joke? Is that an April Fool's video? Wait, are you a redhead, Wolfsbane? Is that how you're saying that? Oh no, Wolfsbane because of the poison. Oh yeah, I was thinking that when I was practicing this story. I was like, imagine if Wolfsbane comes up and corrects the symptoms of Wolfsbane before I do. And you kind of did, but kind of didn't. Oh, interesting. So you were talking about redheads being more frequently suspected of witchcraft, and you said it seems to be a myth. Interesting. Doc, ooh, I have a poison book. One sec. As far as I know, something to do with internal bleeding, something digestive fluids. Gotcha. All right. It says echoes of my story, but more anger and vengeance. Interesting. Yeah, kind of. It's a good point. I feel like they wouldn't be a high-ranking church official in that case. I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly. It seemed like a lethal injection or something, but I guess they didn't have that back then. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. Yeah, atone for taking a kind soul from this world. That would work well. The injection was invented in the 1660s, but they didn't become common medical practice until the 1800s. That's fascinating. See, that's one of those things where it's just I take it for granted as oh yeah, everybody does those things, don't they? Throughout all of time. And then it's no, actually it's relatively recent. Pricking the witches. They wouldn't be a high-ranking official if they pricked witches? Yeah, I'm still not sure what's going on here. But Anywho, as much as I want to read Spectre's story, it is not unlocked, and I'm tired. So it is time to go on to the prompt announcement. And here's the neat part. I don't know what won, because of all the mess that happened with the prompt stuff, that I have not had the chance to look at which one actually won at this point. So this'll be fun. Get out those drum roll emojis and gifs and what have you. Oh, interesting. Okay. I want to see. Okay. I think so. I'm not looking at Death's Head's chart yet, but I know what won in the announcements one. I just looked at what won in the supporters one, and it was a tie. I think I know what that means won, but let's open it up and see. All right. And oh, I did not know what won. It was the other one. Intriguing. Okay. In third place with 15 votes is Where No One Has Gone Before. Very good prompt. Makes me think of Where No One Goes. That's one of the How to Train Your Dragon ending songs. In second place with 19 votes, we have Something in the Water. That's the one that I thought had won with that tie. But it was not our winner. Our winner with 20 votes is Ticket to Nowhere. This one's really interesting to me because this is very similar to Map to Nowhere, which was a very early prompt in my early days as a part of the group that I wrote a ton of stories for. So I feel like this might be another one that we could have a lot of fun with and lots of different stories about. So I'm really curious what drew you guys so much to this prompt. So please do note what made you vote for it. But I do really like, it also reminds me of, like, there's this song, the song's called Summer of 16, and there's a line in there, I think it's the first line, Empty Road to Nowhere. It also makes me think of that as well. But this is interesting, because it's not, like, a map to nowhere. It's not Empty Road to Nowhere, it's Ticket to Nowhere. So it's like, I bought a ticket, I bought, the thing that lets me go there, but the destination is nowhere. It's not, oh, I looked at this map. Oh, but the map led nowhere. And it's not, I'm driving down a road. I don't care where we go. There's an intentionality behind it, right? There's this intention of, I bought this ticket, but the ticket goes to nowhere. And so, I mean, I guess it still has that element of, like, you could potentially not know that it's going to nowhere. That it's like, did you buy the ticket knowing that you were going to nowhere? And why might someone buy such a ticket? Are they like, they would like to just wander the world and stuff, and they don't care what the destination is? Are they like, I don't want to die, but I want to disappear, so I want to go nowhere? Are they like, I need to hide my identity, so I need to go to nowhere? Is this a suicide story? Is that their ticket to nowhere? That could be a very dark take on the prompt, but could very much work. Or is it that they didn't know that they were getting a ticket to nowhere? They thought they were getting a ticket to somewhere, but along the way, they realized that this train doesn't go where it told me it would go, or the train got derailed and they ended up getting stranded in nowhere, This could, of course, be a metaphor of, like, somebody might feel like their life is in shambles, and they could say, I feel like I bought a ticket to nowhere, or maybe one decision that they made that left their life like this feels like that was their ticket to nowhere. You know, that could work in a lot of different ways of one decision that you made, that was your ticket. That's how you got to nowhere, kind of thing. And Norman says, I was reminded of a song called Bridge to Nowhere. Gotcha. Arith says, I voted for it originally because I was thinking about a sci-fi where a person takes a starship that goes to a nowhere place. Now, I scrapped that idea as I switched to fantasy setting stuff. Still not quite sure what I'm doing. What is going on today with the with the need for mods? What is the stream chat saying? Yeah. Wolf, literally the first day I suggested it. Very fair. Wolf says, the prompt was based on a misremembered song lyric at the end of a song in which a mad scientist makes someone he hates into a fish man. That's more fun trivia than actual story. Well, what's the song now? You can't say that without sharing the song. Anyway, I'm thinking planes, buses, trains, and boats. That's a really good point, that it's like, because of this prompt, there are so many different transportations that require a ticket. That it could be, it could be a plane, could be a boat, a train. It could be a bus. You know, there's lots of different methods of transportation that you could employ. Interesting. Doc says, content warning, blood, vomiting, hallucinations, bleeding vomit, etc. Poison be poison. So wolfsbane is an aconite, and the type of poison happens rapidly. The vomiting is a symptom, and so is throat difficulty. Hallucinations can occur, so I could argue if the writer wants to keep wolfsbane to note the bleeding in the eyes and mouth as hallucination, and emphasize that it's hallucination, which is common gore and horror. That would work if our main character was poisoned, but they're not. Our main character is the one person who's not poisoned, so they're the one person that can't be hallucinating. Unless, of course, you're saying, like, the person who was experiencing that is like, my eyes! Then that could work. There we go. There's the song. Corian says, it reminds me of a scene in Doctor Who with David Tennant when they're stuck in traffic. I forget how that episode ends, but they're literally stuck in traffic for eternity. I can't remember if that's the one with Merlin's actor, that they're like midnight, that the one, or if it's the one with the cat people where they're like stuck in this never-ending traffic jam. I can't remember. Desert says, I was actually thinking of Califrac getting lost reading a map that's obsolete, not knowing that there was a similar prompt with map on the title. Yeah, I was gonna say, where's the ticket though? Especially because we did have the map prompt. Then you might have to make it more clear what's the ticket. Mark says, I'm definitely thinking metaphorical, like an exacted revenge that isn't fulfilling. Ooh, yeah, that could work. That goes along with the decision thing, where it's like, you know, you taking this revenge, you thought it was going to lead somewhere, but actually it led nowhere. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like that metaphorical angle leaves so many possibilities, because there's so many things that you could do that you think are going to take you somewhere that lead you nowhere. Which in that case, I guess, does apply to maps as well. Oh my goodness, mods! Arith, even though I'm not using it, I'll share a thought. For a sci-fi version of this, it's a starship voyage on ice during a centuries-long journey at sublight speeds. Even though it's to a place, the centuries it will take divorces that person from anyone they used to know, who stays behind as they will pass long ago. They go to a new alien world that's just starting out. Ooh, there's lots of different angles there, because One aspect of that is this is nowhere now, but we're going to make it somewhere. That like this is a barren planet, but we're going to terraform it, and we're going to populate it, and we're going to make it somewhere. That's interesting. You could use that in a smaller scale too. If like someone bought a patch of land out west or something, and they get a ticket to this place, and they're like, "Where are you going?" Oh, it's nowhere now, but it's gonna be somewhere soon. That could be a more hopeful way to take the prompt. I really like that. But yeah, that's a good point of like talking about the journey. The journey takes so long that it feels like it's going to nowhere. The journey takes so long, goes so far, it feels like nowhere, and you're losing the people that you left behind. Yeah. Let's see. That was a hard line, Kaylee. Well done. What? What are you talking about? What hard line? I could be like Squidward at the end of that one episode. I've not watched SpongeBob, so what's the context here? Interesting. Doc says, additionally, in My Language of Flowers book, symbolic meanings of wolfsbane/aconite include a deadly foe is near. A foe is near, beware. Chivalry, danger is near, deceit. Of eternal love, gallantry, knight errantry, misanthropy, poisonous words, temperance, treachery. Interesting. That's fascinating, especially with a deadly foe is near and fraternal love. That's fascinating. Yep, nowhere could be a little tiny town that's thought it was not important. Totally. Yeah, it's that's the line that Mako was referring to. It's nowhere now, but it'll be somewhere soon. Awesome. But yeah, so I'm very excited to see what you guys will do with this prompt. It is a fun one. So yeah, and of course, like, it's the first week of October, so if you want to try and make it Halloweeny, be my guest. How could you make that one Halloweeny? Why is the first thing I thought of a pumpkin who's like, I'm gonna be somebody. Somebody's gonna carve a face into me. Not realizing that they're gonna rot on the porch, and so it's a ticket to nowhere. Yeah, that could work too. A train that arrives at a town and the place is deserted. Yeah, so it's like, this was somewhere in the past, but once you arrive, you realize it's nowhere now. So the opposite. That could work as well, for sure. Yeah, where are you going? Nowhere. Reminds me of the Odyssey. What's your name? Nobody. Yeah, it could be just a name, but it actually is somewhere, for sure. What was I gonna say? I was just gonna say, if you're not read on the stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome, and they do backup readings. The backup readings happen at 5 p.m. Central Time on Sunday. You can submit your story and read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just lurk, whatever you want. A lot more back and forth discussion on voice, but it's a great time. My wolf is falling. Can you stay? I am looking for a raid guardian. Raid guardian? I'm looking for a raid target. Oh, I think because Mark said Guardians of the Galaxy, and I ended up picking up the word guardian. But yes, and in Guardians of the Galaxy, there's a planet called Nowhere. Well, it's actually called Nowhere with a K. But yes, it's true. So I guess maybe you could make that play on it as well. Ryder ends up discovering they're on a ghost train and they're already dead trapped on the train. Ooh, that's a cool one. I like that it's like they think they're going somewhere, but it's not just the destination's not where I thought. It's the whole train is just like is like hell, or a train to hell, or, you know, an eternity of just like, you know, horror. That works well. Coffee Quills is on and they write. Ooh, okay. If we have a writer, that might be a better target to raid. Purgatory Train, yeah, that could work as well, for sure, for sure. Yes. But it's been a great time. I hope you have enjoyed the stream and the opening of the plushies. So yeah, I will see you all next time. I feel like I'm forgetting something. That's great. Please don't make it NO space WEAR nowhere where everyone's a nudist. That's awesome. I kind of love that. Okie dokie. Well, it's just been a lovely time. I hope you guys have enjoyed yourselves. I certainly have, but I will see you all next time. I hope we all have bought our tickets to nowhere by that time. I really should say my outro. I haven't figured out the new cadence. I should be saying it before I hit raid instead of... No, the nakedness ghost grandmas. Amazing. Is that where we're ending? Naked ghost grandmas. Goodbye.